Okay, good evening. May I have a motion to go into executive session for the following purposes? One, to discuss collective negotiations between the district and the BCSA. Two, to discuss collective negotiations between the district and BTF. Three, to discuss pending litigation between the board and Spidell and Savansky. And four, to discuss the discipline of a specific district employee.
So moved.
Thank you, Sharon.
Second.
Second, Paulette Woods. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're in
Thanks.
executive session.
So why was that?
One. So welcome everybody to the Wednesday, June 15th meeting of the Buffalo Board of Education. So I'd like our musical group, gentlemen, what do you refer to yourselves as? Community drummers, stand up and take a bow, please.
Excellent. Excellent.
We appreciate you opening our meeting this evening. So I'd like to call tonight's meeting to order, and let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So let's all rise and put our hands over our heads. I pledge allegiance
To the
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and please be seated. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Williams for some board recognitions.
Thank you so much, Board President Petrucci. I would like to ask Dr. Fatima Morale, who is our Associate Superintendent for Cultural and Linguistically Responsive Initiatives, to please come forward. Before she does the recognition, I would like to share that Dr. Morale has been named by Time Magazine and Verizon as one of the 10 innovative educators who are changing the landscape of education in America. I have known Dr. Morale for her entire career in our district. She was an excellent Spanish teacher. She was a great assistant principal. She was an innovative principal, a get-her-done assistant superintendent, and now she is serving as an expert in her role as an executive cabinet member. It's not every day that a leader is recognized by Time Magazine. And I and this board are huge proponents of giving people their flowers while we can. So I'd like to ask Karan Barnes to come forward. We have a recognition. It's a surprise for Dr. Morale. On this achievement, we appreciate you and the work that you do.
Celebrity in the house.
It was, thank you, Madam Superintendent and esteemed Board of Education members for bestowing upon me such an honor and appreciating and recognizing the work that we lead here in the Buffalo Public Schools, but no one does it alone. And I remember Crystal Barton would always say that, no one does it alone. And it was a team effort over so many years. Board support, superintendent support, and it's just been the Office of CLRI, the teachers, the staff, the principals, everybody, the central office staff, working together around this initiative, having a piece of it, and really going deep with it. So I just want to say this is an award for our community, the district community of Buffalo, and so I turn over the accolades to our district community as well, and our board for supporting us, being courageous enough to support such an effort. So thank you so much. Thank you. Do I continue with what's happening now? Okay, thank you. Caught me off guard. Okay, and so now tonight we're taking an opportunity, thank you, to recognize Juneteenth and how important it is now designated as a federal holiday. And we have a few students who are joining us that also want to, have their voices kind of raised on this piece for just a minute. We'll just, we can just indulge you for about 7 to 8 minutes here. But in celebration of Juneteenth 2022, this is the first year that it is federally recognized, and so it recognizes the emancipation of enslaved African people, commonly recognized as African American Emancipation Day. And we have a legacy that is fortified every day that we exist on this earth as Black people. We have a common bond with all of our African brothers and sisters around the world. We also have a common bond with all of humanity in general. Black people in Canada, Europe, Asia, the West Indies, and our Caribbean islands, Alaska, and of course Africa, the largest continent in the world, to name a few. We are literally and figuratively in every corner of this earth, and we all share a common bond. May this year bring us together closer than we have ever been. May the rest of the world use the recognition that America has bestowed upon Buffalo and into law to unite us on the foundation of that common bond in this country and in every nation around the world. This is truly progress. When Frederick Douglass spoke of equality, he stated that it would indeed not come with would not come without a struggle. Indeed, it has been a struggle, and indeed, it continues to be. The perseverance and resilience that we demonstrate daily is power in itself. Our miraculous survival, the fact that we are here through the horrendous conditions of chattel slavery, and our existence today is the epitome of strength. For we have traveled this far by faith, and that same faith will carry us into our own destiny and our children into the future forever. One of our educators who dedicated her career to making sure our students understood our struggle was Mrs. Crystal Bowling Barton, who presented this information to our district 20, 30, even 40 years ago. She was called home yesterday, sadly. She was a pioneer in programming during Black History Month. She provided opportunities for our children and staff members to learn about African and African American history long before the emancipation curriculum and the 1619 Project ever existed. Let us stand in her honor today, in her legacy. I am also part of her legacy. She was a mentor, a friend, a colleague, and everything I knew about being a principal, I learned it from her. But even more importantly, she was a queen, and you did not mess with her. This year, the CLRI department will adopt the Kwanzaa principle of Nia, meaning purpose. Let us all find purpose in what we are doing for our young people, as Mrs. Barton did for so many thousands of young people. May each and every Black child, Black man, and Black woman in Buffalo and around the globe live their purpose this year and forever more. Thank you. At this time, I would like to present to you a quick presentation from the Ade Djembe Fola Dance Troupe with the Community Drum Troupe, Shania Jackson, Janelle Stevens, and Aubrey Cooper. Also representing City Honors School. Additionally, we have our New York State recognized MBK Fellows and Mentor, Sadiq, McKinley High School, and Jamian Yutzi Mentor. Say yes. They have a word on Juneteenth.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Juneteenth. The history of Juneteenth celebration is one that rings true and dear to the hearts of African American people all over the country, but truly should be celebrated by everyone, all Americans. It marks the last day that our last enslaved ancestor was freed from the bondage of chattel slavery. Although the Emancipation Proclamation was signed 2 years prior, word of the legislation traveled slowly, and the implementation of the new law and rights granted to newly freed African Americans was the reason for the celebration then and the reason for the celebrations today. June 19th, 1865 was the day. Galveston, Texas was the city. Ironically, 2021 was the year that President Joe Biden signed the law to acknowledge Juneteenth as a federal holiday. It will be preserved on Monday, June 20th, 2022 this year. Buffalo, New York is the home of the longest running, largest Juneteenth celebrations in the nation. Our city's history at the last stop on the Underground Railroad gives us a unique place in American history that is undeniably important for many reasons and on many levels. Our celebration in Buffalo returns to its full glory this year, starting early Saturday morning with the Pride and Cavalcade marching down Genesee Street. Many groups that are prominently in the city's leadership and cultural groups around the city take part in the parade, aligning ourselves with a spirit of Ujima, unity, one of the guiding principles of Kwanzaa, which we should adhere to year-round. What better time to celebrate Ujima, unity, than the days designated to honor our freedom in this nation? Participants begin to assemble on side streets, engaging the community with pride and joy. It is common to see entire families out alongside the sideway waving to participants, then following the cavalcade into Martin Luther King Park to celebrate our freedom.
As the parade files into the park, we are greeted with cheers and claps, music and food, entertainment and vendors, all gathering together to celebrate the culture, our culture, and the great history that African American people have collectively compiled. Not just the history that started on American soil, but we also celebrate our connections to our ancestors that extend back to the ancient Africa, where we established the world's first civilizations on the banks of the Nile River, which currently spans across 10 African countries. To know ourselves is to love ourselves. When our children reach back and grab onto the essence of greatness that exists historically within our DNA, they will realize the greatness that they have within, and our jobs as educators to bring out the best in all our children will be even more rewarding. I want to end with a thank you to our current administration for acknowledging Juneteenth as a holiday on the federal level. Indeed, this nation would not be the world power that it is had it not been built on the backs of souls for 400 years of free labor. I would also like to give a special thank you to Mr. Benjamin Willis, Director of CLRI, for the accreditation, for the information on this presentation. Be blessed, good people, and let us look onward to a future where we as African American people can be celebrated, appreciated, and eventually compensated for all that we have done for our nation and our world. Harambe.
Awesome work with our MBK fellows, and a credit to Mr. Benjamin Willis for the research for that presentation. And finally, we will close out with Aubrey Cooper with a spoken word piece to close us out. We welcome her and thank her. She's a junior at City Honors.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to start by saying thank you to Dr. Morrell for the opportunity to be able to recite some poetry for y'all tonight. I'm still a bit out of breath from the dance, but I will try my best, so thank you. This is my spoken word poem, A Sequence of Evolution. First, we were born on rich soil, stuffed with diamonds fit for us as royals, with a culture so fresh, never once spoiled, and hair so thick just tangles on coils, and then they came in. They turned the tables around and just took our independence. I'll save the gory details, but you can ask your great-grandparents. Because in a few short years, we ended up in this new land around all these white Americans. They looked at us so different, like we weren't the same humans, treated us like objects, had us slaving in their cottons. This goes beyond Kanye. That's a different kind of heartless. And I'm only getting started. They beat us, used us, and whooped us till there was nothing left. Next, a new form of slavery came in. Hundreds of years of slavery to be met with segregation. We were given these new rights with nothing left to start with. It's all a constant cycle. We learned your English and you aimed your rifles. We learned your French and you plotted our deaths. We picked your cotton and you reached for her dress, or put your hands around her neck, and I'll have to skip the rest. We kept our peace and you bashed in our knees. We built this economy and you destroyed our drinking gourd astronomies. We wanted our rights and you saw that as a fight. I'm stating all facts and I promise you they're all white. Now, you just love our culture, so those aren't Kim K boxer braids, they're called cornrows. Our hair isn't teased, it's called an afro. We're all on the same planet, just in two different parts of the globe. Now, we pledge allegiance to your flag of these divided states of America. Now, I have to tell you that my life matters because the amendments weren't enough. Now, I speak louder. Are you finally hearing us? And it figures after all this, they still called us. Now, we prosper from the dirt that was thrown on us. Now, we are becoming America. Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed board, Madam Superintendent. That will conclude our Juneteenth presentation for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Morrell, for the presentation. As a graduate of City Honors Class of '83, that one passed. Yes, and once again, thank you, dancers, spoken word, and our drummers. At this point, I just want to, before we proceed with the rest of the evening, I just want to acknowledge that prior to the meeting tonight, the board went into executive session at 4 o'clock for the following purposes: to discuss collective negotiations between the district and the BCSA, to discuss collective negotiations between the district and the BTF, to discuss pending litigation in civil action number, I need my glasses, 22CV0054, to discuss the discipline of a specific district employee, and for receiving, as always, sage legal advice. Action was taken. At this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Board President. Again, thank you, community drummers, the talented dancers that came down. I heard the young lady say that she was a bit out of breath from the dance. I mean, if it were me, I would have been totally out of breath. But the energy, the positive energy that you brought forward and the spoken word were amazing. Thank you, MBK, scholars, and the Say Yes, mentor, thank you, and thank you, CLRI, for putting everything together. I'm told that Buffalo has one of the largest Juneteenth celebrations in our nation, so it is this weekend. I heard you mention that it would be on Saturday and Sunday on Genesee Street and Fillmore Street, leading into the MLK Park. Thank you so much for spending a little time with us tonight. So for my update, I'm going to start because I believe we have some other student guests who are here, and so I want to make sure that we put them on first so that they can do their presentation and won't have to stay for the length of the meeting. Board member Jennifer McCosey from our West District worked very closely with Dr. Rivera, who is one of our at-large board members, and I believe that the date was April 23rd. It was a Saturday, and they put together a listening and learning session at International Prep School, and I was able to attend for a little bit, and it was really about amplifying the voice of students and some staff. And for the part that I attended, I was super, super impressed. So I'm going to turn things over to board members Makosi and Dr. Rivera so that they can share with us what we're about to see and hear.
Good evening, everyone. So yes, there was a teacher-student forum on April 23rd. It was part of the community schools offerings for that Saturday morning. And we wanted to make sure that our, without teachers and students, none of us have anything to do here, to be honest with you. It's that learning. And we needed to amplify their voices, as the superintendent said. So we had given kind of a structure, and I don't want to give too much away because the students are here to talk about what they did. And teachers were in one area and they were discussing with that structure and the goals of the conversation. And then students were in another area, and these students facilitated each other. There were no adults in the room. They were able to talk with each other, and there was struggle in order to get them all to come together, but they managed to do it. There were 5 student leaders. I will announce their names. There was Jade Hill. There was our student representative, who unfortunately couldn't be here for the Board of Education, Jasmine. Saif from International Prep. Graydon and Jada from Da Vinci High School. And they took the lead in not just facilitating, but helping to put this together, did all the kind of logistics work. These guys are amazing, and they're here to present what they brought to the table. I do want to say that teachers also gave very good perspective of, not just the bad, right? We didn't ask for that in this forum. We gave, specifics of what we're dealing with, what resonates with you, what can we do to make it better, give us suggestions, not just point fingers, and what do you like about the district, and what would you, if you don't see the issues that we had put out there, what else should we be looking into? So you're going to get a small presentation of that. I'd like for Dr. Rivera to kind of speak to what she did to put together all of what was said.
So I was really pleased to be a part of this event because I agree completely that the whole point of this endeavor in Buffalo Public Schools and as a part of the Board of Education is to work with students and what we do for students and what we can do to allow our students to achieve the greatness that's within them. I was happy to be a part of it. I did some of the listening, but mostly what I did was the afterwork, where I took and organized the feedback in such a way that it could be looked at, analyzed, and that every voice was captured. And I shared it out with everyone, and I think that's going to be a part of it, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what our students have to present.
I present Jade and Saif now with their take on all this.
During the Saturday Academy, there was a teacher-student voice forum where students described what they think could be improved within our school system. Things like safety and security of our schools, our transportation, diversity, or like food or lunch. Students from many different high schools attended. Me and Saif have led the conversation as students. I'd like to think that we had a powerful lead and we created a safe place for other students to share their voice without fear of judgment. We're looking to have more powerful student voices within our district. Students are our main focus within the Buffalo Public Schools, if I'm not wrong. Student voices should not be put down, should not be judgmented, and it takes a lot to come here to the board to express our opinions, and we as students hope you're as respectful as you are of your own colleagues. Me and Saif had collaborated with our topic, and we wanted to talk about and focus mainly on holidays or ceremonies that pertain to our own culture.
Hello. As you all know, my name is Saif, and I'll be presenting reasons why we should have days off for holidays that we celebrate. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous, so if you hear stutters here and there, just ignore it. So anyways, Buffalo has a population of 2,776, 807 people. According to bestplace.net, out of the 27,600 people, 57.2 are religious, 2.9 are Baptist, 0.8 are Ellipsian, 38.8 are Catholic, and so forth and so on. That's 158,333 people. All these diverse people, and yet our needs are still aren't accommodated for. One of the largest school systems in the U.S., New York City Public Schools, has been giving days off to students for Eid since 2016. Out of respect to the diversity of their students, why can't we do the same? These are some of the Islamic holidays. There are two major holidays that are Muslim students asking for days off on, Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. Eid al-Fitr marks the end of Ramadan, the holy month of fasting for Muslims, and is celebrated during the first 3 days of Su'ul, the 10th month of Islamic calendar. Muslims follow the lunar calendar, meaning that it may fall any seasons of the year. Eid al-Adha is celebrated on the 10th day of Dhuhr al-Hajj, the 12th and final month of the Islamic calendar. Traditionally lasting for 4 days, the first day of Eid al-Adha marks the end of yearly Hajj pilgrimage of Makkah. One of the largest school systems, I don't know what that's there again. That's it. Like I said, one of the largest schools system in the U.S., New York City Public Schools, gave days off to students for Eid since 2016, and I was hoping you guys could do the same as well.
So my presentation isn't really about giving days off, mostly acknowledging that Indigenous students do have ceremonies that we celebrate every month, and we celebrate one thing in every month. I want to focus on two big ceremonies that we do. One is in January, February, and we also follow the lunar calendar. And this ceremony is 5 days after our new moon. The midwinter ceremony is a way of celebrating the past year and welcoming the new year. This ceremony usually takes up to 6 or 7 days. From morning to night, we celebrate. In September, there's also a week-long ceremony, which is called Gaiwio. It's a ceremony where our preachings of how we are supposed to conduct our life here on earth. We listen to them 7 days out of the 12-month cycle. I wanted to focus on these two specific ceremonies because indigenous students are most likely to attend these ceremonies out of the school year. I wanted to bring attention to these two because as an Indigenous student who has attended these ceremonies almost each year, I felt as if no one knew that coming back into school and having to do so much makeup work can be really hard and really challenging. It is really difficult as an Indigenous student to have to choose whether to go to ceremony or stay at school because we all know what comes with missing school. I don't want me or any other Indigenous students to feel that way, and residential schools were a main reason why we couldn't practice our culture and ceremonies. There's already a mistrust in the education system between schools and Indigenous peoples already. I don't want to focus on having that mistrust again because if we have to choose whether to go to ceremony or stay in school, it's kind of, a hard decision. Thank you.
Can I ask you to please explain what a residential school was?
A residential school they were a piece of our history where Indigenous peoples were forced children, like my nephew here, Hotegonda, that his age 6, they were forced into these schools, which made them assimilate to American culture. We could not practice our ceremonies, speak our language. Children were abused, sexually abused, and we could not practice anything that we do practice today.
I also want to speak about the Hindu students who are not represented as well. Although I'm not really knowledgeable on the subject, but I will try my best to like speak on behalf of them. There are a bunch of major holidays for Hindus, but these are like some of the holidays they wanted to talk about. First is Diwali, as the festival of lights and is a major holiday that is also celebrated by Buddhists, Jains, and Sikh. Diwali takes place annually and lasts for 5 days, marking the start of Hindu New Year. The exact dates change every year and are determined by the positions of the moon, but it's usually held between October and November. Holi is also another Hindu festival that is celebrates spring, love, and new life. Some families hold religious ceremonies, but for many, Holi is more time for fun. It's a colorful festival with dancing, singing, and throwing of powder paint and colored water. Holi is also known as the Festival of Colors. That's all.
We want to thank both of the students. It's my understanding that there were scheduled to be a few more students here tonight, and that these two stood in the gap and were able to present so eloquently. It took a lot of courage. It took a lot of courage to do that, and we appreciate it, and you did an excellent job. I think we're all a little bit more enlightened about different holidays, and you've given us something to think about as far as what you're asking from the board and from myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a couple more things. So my updates are not very long. I just have about 3 that I want to share. The first is that I'm very, very excited to share that our Assistant Superintendent of Student Support Services has informed me that all of our students have been registered and enrolled for next year. And that is huge. I want to give a shout out to Ms. Daniels and the Central Registration team. That was not easy. We started our year out, with the pandemic. They've experienced, just like everyone else, staff shortages, not being able to meet in person with parents and all of that. But they were able to get it done earlier this year, 3 months earlier than last year. Last year we were right up to the deadline, so I'm excited about that, very excited. The first round of assignment letters for our gifted and talented schools are out to parents, and this year, in addition to them experiencing some shortages, we were able to test all BPS 4th grade students, not just those who opted in, but all of our 4th grade students. So they had a lot more applications to score, rank, and get out, so that is huge. I'm excited about that, very excited. The second thing I'd like to share is that our Bennett High School Redesign team has begun to meet. And as many of you know, we have 3 high schools that are located in one school site, the Lewis J. Bennett school site on Main Street. And it is a situation that has required immediate attention. And so I'm pleased to share that we are actively meeting, and that some of the long-awaited moves, especially of, research lab and middle early college from that location to their own space to grow and to prosper and to accept all of those students that will be returning to the Buffalo Public Schools, is progressing. So there will be more to come on that. Things are progressing. All right. And then I'm just going to keep on with the good news. My final piece I want to share, I'd like to ask Dr. Reynolds to come up. She leads our Community and Family Engagement Division, and she's going to share briefly with you a little news about her plans to ensure that equity and inclusion are offered, especially to our potential grassroots organization partners who bring great credibility as they work with our schools. And so she's going to be offering them opportunities to learn about the procurement process and what our district priorities will be in the, and to learn about the RFPQ process. So I'm excited about that. Dr. Reynolds?
I'm excited
excited also. Thank you so much, Interim Superintendent, and welcome, or good evening to our esteemed board members. We've talked a lot about enhancing and expanding community engagement. I am pleased to share that with the approval of Interim Superintendent Dr. Williams and in collaboration with CFO Jeff Pritchard and Purchase Director Rick Fanton, we have developed an infrastructure and processes that have the potential to increase access and opportunity for community organizations, particularly grassroots organizations, to be considered to provide supplemental services and programs for our students and families in our schools and district. So here are our immediate action steps. Step one, on Monday, July 4th, we will release, and we're still firming up the name, but right now we're calling it the BPS School District Student Family Supplemental Program and Services Request for Pre-Qualification, or RFPQ that Dr. Williams referenced. We've already begun to promote the impending release and will continue to do so throughout the rest of the month. All interested organizations will respond to the RFPQ by the deadline. A diverse committee will review and rate each response. All organizations that meet the minimal threshold will be placed into what we'll entitle the 22-23 online BPS eligible supplemental program and services compendium. The compendium will provide an overview and other details for each or all eligible supplemental providers. The compendium will be shared district-wide to afford school and district leaders the opportunity to consider the needs of their buildings, departments, divisions, and subsequently initiate the second step in the process, which is to work with the purchase department to negotiate a contract with the organizations. Rick Fanton and I will conduct a virtual informational meeting to share details about the RFPQ and answer questions. We will conduct a virtual and in-person workshop entitled How to Construct a Successful Response to a BPS RFP or RFPQ. The RFPQ will post twice a year, July 4th and the first Monday back from winter break, to provide opportunities for new organizations to respond and to be considered. Barring actions that would deem it necessary to remove an organization, those that meet the minimal threshold and are listed in the compendium will remain eligible to provide programs and services for 2 years and will not need to resubmit when the RFP is re-released. Now, what are some of the advantages to these processes? It will take a little time, but we'll get to a place of where the 2 release dates for this RFPQ are institutionalized, July 4th and the first Monday back from winter break. As such, we will be able to share these details when we all receive inquiries about potential program contracts. Many of our school leaders, colleagues who might be interested in offering programs in their schools or departments either don't have the time or experience with developing RFPs and RFPQs. I know as a principal, I certainly didn't have that experience or expertise. So this process will take that burden off their plates, allowing them to simply browse the compendium and discover what programs and services are available to meet the needs of their buildings. This compendium may be resourceful for some of our larger community-based organizations for which we currently partner, as they do quite a bit of subcontracting with supplemental providers. And because all will become aware of the 2 release dates, July 4th and the Monday back from what? Winter break. See, we're already memorizing it. The infrastructure will provide access, equity, and opportunity to all organizations, including grassroots organizations that are interested in responding, and potentially result in increased grassroots organizations supporting our students and families. So those are the processes, that's the infrastructure that we've developed. I'm open to questions.
Ms. Belton-Cotman?
I'm on. Thank you. Thank you for the work, and thank you for putting this effort forward. Are you saying this is to begin July the 1st of this year?
The RFPQ will release the first one on July 4th.
Right, of this year?
Yes.
Okay, so one of the concerns that we also brought to your attention is the inability to pay these people in a timely manner. Has anything been discussed about that?
I think that's a separate conversation that.
The only reason I'm saying is that if we're expecting people, small companies or organizations from the community to put forth their effort, we need to make sure that there's a mechanism in place for them to get paid. So I really need that to be addressed.
I can provide a response based upon my own experience with payments, and this is something that I, as well as colleagues, share with the partners who we contract with. It's very important that they set up and that they are invoicing properly, because I found in instances where organizations are delayed in payment, it's because there's information missing on the invoice, or it's because that they've included expenditures on the invoice for which they're not billable. So we have to get those things squared away as well.
So this was brought to my attention by someone who runs a not-for-profit in Western New York, one of the biggest in this city. And he was clear to say that the only way we're going to grow this area is to put in place special requirements and special things to help these people grow. When the original community schools were proposed, it was proposed that there would be grassroots organizations running those services. Because the organizations were not able to thrive, the grassroots organizations currently have to go through larger organizations. So this is something that needs to be addressed. I have people right now calling me about getting paid. So, and they're employees. Okay, so we need to make sure that something is put in place to make sure that these organizations survive and thrive, because they have people that they have to pay, and they cannot wait 6 and 8 weeks to get reimbursed. So we might want to look at upfront money, as the county does in some of their circumstances for little contracts, paying a portion of it and then billing after that. But we need to look at something to make sure that these organizations can thrive. It's one thing to provide them an opportunity, it's another to make sure that they get paid in a timely manner and that we have supports in place. And that's all my concern is for this. I'm glad to see it happening. It's long overdue, but I need to make sure that these organizations are set up so that they can survive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to go back to the conversation we had about this. Last couple of years, we've been open over this, and I'm just so happy for all the work and dedication that you put into making this happen. So thank you so much, Dr. Reynolds, for that, first of all. I know the community applauds you right now. You're right here clapping all the streets. And so, as we look at practices with non-profits and Black C3s and C4s, and we also look at small businesses, this is a great practice for the district to be developed, to work together. And one of the greatest things I heard you say was classes, mental training, teaching individuals how to fill out RFPs and fill out request forms and submittal, and also to be able to sustain these projects. And I thank you so much for the work that you put into. It's nothing. It's just everything is positive. And this report, I'd love to hear more about it, work with you with it, because I have many community organizations, many community groups that want to be part of this district working with our children, and also having an impact on our community, especially since the need of violence is happening in our community. We have groups of people that's just coming, speaking, wanting to stand up, and not even people that's private organization or nonprofit or anything like that, but individuals that just say, I want to help, what can I do? And it's just not really city focus, it's coming from all over the nation. And I met hundreds of people that just came in one hand yesterday he drove his family here from Texas, just to see the site, that just happened. And he wanted to just reflect, the importance of, this community and how it is no different than the other community that he's been to. And the school district have a reflection on working together with it. So thank you so much for your work. Thank you, Dr. Tanja Williams and the board.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very important work. Too often, some members of our community, sometimes particularly smaller organizations, whether small businesses or smaller community impact organizations, don't feel they have a seat at the table. And I hope that this goes a long way to address that. Along those, or in that same vein, I just wondered, what are we going to do to grow these organizations? What are we going to do with respect to outreach and to increase the capacity so that there are more opportunities?
Well, this is step one. So when you talk, though, about increasing the capacity of the organizations themselves, we do have to remember that we're an educational institution, so we're not a business development organization. And so to me, that's the difference. So we certainly can help them, again, with the general information for, potential ways and successful ways to respond. But in terms of building the capacity of their organization, I'm not sure that that is work that we want to venture into, but I'm certainly open to exploring it.
Thank you very much. We'll have a conversation about it later.
Okay.
Did you have something? Okay. So I do just want to reiterate that this is definitely a progressive first step. We've heard from the board that we want to get out to the community and share with the community exactly what the process is, handhold, members of the community that want to come in and support our schools so that they know what our data looks like, what our needs are in different, schools, and they're prepared to do that. And so this is a first step. It's a first step. I'm excited about it. You're going to be promoting it, you said right now, because on July 4th, and the first day back from our winter break, you'll be giving the opportunity. And I know I've heard Board Member Woods say that she can remember in previous years there were meetings like this that were held at Bennett High School that were fairly successful in increasing folks applying. And so with respect to us getting payment into some of the organizations, I'm also aware that that is something that has to be addressed. So we'll work with our finance and budget department to see how we can make sure that that's done.
Thank you. May I just make one final statement, though, with respect to the board president's question? So that's the nice thing about this RFPQ. We have different organizations with different capacity, right? And so I might be an organization that only has the capacity to service, let's say 25 kids, right? One school. That's okay. Organizations that have the capacity and have 50 staff members and they're able to service 5 schools, that's okay. So this is a pre-qualification. So as the organizations are responding, they're letting us know what they're capable of providing. And so that's the beauty of this. So the smaller organizations with limited capacity still have an opportunity to respond and potentially serve our schools and district.
And thank you, Dr. Rollins. That's along the lines of what I was thinking. Oftentimes we have, I will say, contractual hurdles that we put in place that sometimes prevent some of our smaller groups from actually actively participating. So
and we're trying to break those down.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Madam, I just have a question. I guess Superintendent probably would answer it. Are we going to have a staff person, dedicated staff person, to be able to carry on this work? Because I know, I've been with you on Saturdays, but we actually need dedicated staff to work with our EEO, MBE, WBE program.
Yes, we will. Yes.
So my question is, it's not really even a question, I'm just trying to bring that up. Number one, anything that you're putting on social media, all of your bullet points, please share with us so that we can make sure it gets out to the community.
Absolutely.
My second point is, I'm wondering what the vetting process is, like we're bringing on more capacity. Have we really looked into, I mean, not saying we haven't, but have we been able to look at what's currently in place? I know we're gonna keep folks for 2 years, but there's also, because it's been these like systems in place for however long, right? The folks that maybe we need to, either they're not at the standard they were when they started, or maybe we're not resourcing them enough because maybe they did grow. Like these type of things for current organizations before we bring in new, I guess that's my question. And then also, I want to commend you because it's a very, you know, we bring it up multiple times. It's not just with small organizations. There's also organizations who have been out there for many years that are working with children for decades that have been trying to get involved. And Buffalo is a good old boy area. Like, I believe that this is a fair way that everybody has a, you know, has a say, that everybody can bring their voice to the table and be able to be vetted in a way that allows us to rooms to be able to here. So I appreciate, this is exactly what I've been looking for from day one, to kind of like where I wanted to bring community to the table. So thank you so much. I just worry about, like, you know, making sure that we're making room for, we keep all the organizations we have in place and everything is hunky dory, that's great, but making sure that folks aren't just skating on our dime, which we also have over the years.
So the first step to that, under Dr. Brown's leadership, we are currently working on doing some asset mapping and looking at, for every single school, exactly what services are in that school and what their purpose is for being there. So we're scheduled to have that ready by August 1st. Any other questions? Dr. Evans-Brown?
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. I appreciate this. And I said this as well as with my colleagues here. I guess I'm trying to process how this would work. And so, you may not can answer this now in terms of, so we have this
PQ.
Right? So are there going to be like a limit on dollars, for example? So say, for example, you have a big organization, is there a cap on the number of dollars? Do you base it on the services that they will be offering in the schools? How have you looked at far yet, for example?
The organizations will, again, when they respond to the RFPQ, they are telling us what they are willing and would like to offer. Our school leaders, department leaders, division leaders, they're reviewing their data. They're looking at their school goals. They're looking at their priorities. They are determining the gaps, based upon the gaps. And once the deadline has closed, once the review committee rates each response, all of the organizations that meet that minimal threshold will be placed into the compendium. So everyone will have an opportunity to scroll, to scan the compendium. My hope is that we'll have dozens of different types of organizations offering different types of programs and services, and that we will be able to then select based upon the needs and and then we, let's just say my department, Office of Parent and Family Engagement, we're interested in contracting with one of the providers. I'll reach out to the purchase department, and then that next step is to negotiate the cost in the contract. So it really depends upon the needs of the school or the department or the division.
Okay, thank you for that. That has to be kind of fuzzy for me. covered as well.
Sure.
Thank you for that detail.
Mm-hmm. Okay, if there are no further questions, thank you, Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Rose, for the update. Next brings us to the comment from speakers portion of the evening. Let me begin with our guidelines for speakers. At this time, the board welcomes speakers who have signed up to speak at tonight's meeting. Please be reminded that all speakers' remarks must be limited to 3 minutes or less. We ask that speakers be mindful this is a business meeting, open to the public and televised locally. Attendees and viewers include persons from throughout Western Europe, including children. The board asks that speakers conduct themselves professionally and that their comments remain civil and courteous, bearing in mind that they will be heard by people of all ages. This is an opportunity for Buffalo's residents to address the Buffalo Board of Education about issues that serve the public interest and district mission. And the board asks that speakers demonstrate appropriate decorum. And again, thank you for joining us all. Our first speaker of the evening is Lolita Jones, concerned citizen, parent, and teacher regarding safety and discipline. Ms. Jones, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Willetta Jones. I work for School 32, and I had a few concerns about our safety in our building. People are able to just come in. We don't know that they're in the building. That's a problem. We want to know how is that going to get fixed. Another issue is cleanliness. It is horrible. I have pictures, if I can email them to you, to see the conditions that, just the lunchroom itself, by itself, what our children are sitting down to eat in. You wouldn't put your puppy in it. It's horrible, and it's looked like, trying to find the best words I can to make this picture visible for you mentally, but it's horrible. It looks like a nightmare. Okay? So, some parts of our building it's dilapidated. If you ever seen a ran down, poor condition property, for example, a busted up project complex, that's what our building is looking like. That's what it's turning into. Our grass is overgrown in our backyard. There's trash everywhere. And this is what we bring children out in to play in for recess. I don't know if it's a rat in here, I don't know. But that has to change immediately. Because I don't know how long we're going to keep going like this until something happens and then it's, let's try to fix it. I don't know how long we can keep doing this. So with that being said, I just have one more concern. Special ed children. My son, he goes here. He's a special ed kid. And however, he built the sets here, which are wonderful. They look just like any set you would see at Shay's. I don't know if anybody's seen a play here, but they're phenomenal. However, I sat here Monday waiting to see him be acknowledged. And he kept telling me for a while, and I just kind of didn't want to believe that. He would tell me, we don't exist in my building. No one pays any attention to the special ed kids. I'm like, Elijah, that's not true. I'm like, I just couldn't believe that until I came. Every department or major was mentioned. Children were called up to the stage and received their acknowledgments. Nothing. My son's department major, nothing. Nothing. I said, oh my God, he was not lying to me. I mentioned it to the principal. I said, how are you going to fix this? Even when they had the clip for the senior goodbye video, he said, Mom, the camera died. I said, well, why, when they did the editing, they didn't make sure, they went back to make sure everyone wanted to be featured and that video was taken care of? Nothing. But I did watch something as the end of that ceremony ended. Every child that wanted a yearbook, she made sure, the principal made sure they signed off. You could have did that for the ceremony, make sure everybody was accounted. You could have did that for the clip, make sure everybody was accounted. That was really heartbreaking. Those kids built those sets for 4 years and nobody knew their faces or names. So I was very upset about that, very taken back, because I knew this was a good place for him, but he kept saying, "Mom, nobody knows I'm here. It's like being underwater and I'm drowning and nobody's helping me and everybody's walking by." And I'm like, I can't believe that until I seen it on Monday. During his class day presentation, no one said anything about their department, of those beautiful sets they made for 4 years. So the graduation is the 23rd. I really need that to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, for bringing those matters to our attention. Next, we have Virginia Mcintyre, substitute teacher teaching BPS and current events.
Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. But before you start, I would like to announce that I have a speech impediment. So therefore, I unconsciously say words the wrong way so I don't get a block or I get a block. My name is Reverend Virginia Mcintyre. I am no stranger to Buffalo Public Schools. For the past 6 years, I have been a substitute teacher. I understand there's a problem recruiting substitute teachers. I have been verbally assaulted. I have witnessed verbal assaults. In the weeks after the massacre, a few days after the massacre, I was verbally assaulted in the West District because I sat in a teacher's seat. I had a startled response and I yelped. I gained my composure and I responded in calm. The teacher did not stop. This was at 9:30 in the morning, after Miss Williams had asked people to be sensitive to our community that was indeed suffering. Then the assistant principal decided it was necessary to take me out in the hallway, publicly shame me, embarrass me, and humiliate me, and I have done nothing wrong. This has been going on that I have witnessed, not only to me, but for 6 years as a substitute teacher. Now, this also unearthed another problem in the same school. A Latina teacher, a young teacher. I've been hearing for years that we have to have more black and brown teachers. Science says that we need to have this. Our students will do better. But there was a Latina teacher that I was sent to who's been alone for weeks. But I was assigned to a teacher that was only going to be alone for 2 days. Why was the young Latina teacher in her first few years of teaching left alone? She should be supported, she should be welcomed, and she should be embraced, not left alone. She had me in the parking lot crying, saying, "Miss Mcintyre, please come back and stay with me for the rest of the year." I am not here to make friends. I'm here to make you all uncomfortable. I called the Board of Education and I tried to tell other horrifying stories where I witnessed blatant racist statements being made about teachers, students, and more. As a military veteran, I have been trained by the world leaders in investigation. I used to, at the age of 19, report directly to the General of the Pacific Northwest for racial and sexual discrimination. It is rampant in the Buffalo Public Schools. We have teachers violently, verbal violence, treating each other and our students in ways that are unheard of anywhere else. They would be fired. I don't know what to do. I called. The person in charge, I was told, of this complaint decided to let everybody listen to my voicemail instead of addressing me personally to solve the problem and the problems. I don't know what to do. Please do something. And we have a Latina teacher who should be embraced, who's in trouble.
Thank you, Ms. Mcintyre.
You're more than welcome.
Next up, we have Alyssa Walford, student regarding fall transportation. Miko Noel, teacher regarding fall transportation. I believe I might be 1 for 3 here. Mark Bruno, parent, teacher, school safety. Mr. Bruno, the microphone is yours.
who wishes to speak about school safety.
Good evening, Dr. Williams, distinguished members of the Board of Education, and members of the our Buffalo Public School family. My name is Mark Bruno. I'm a teacher in Buffalo and also the proud parent of a pre-K student who will be graduating tomorrow, which is exciting, but it went really fast. Listen, I want to express my deepest condolences to the family of Crystal Bowling Barton and the BPS family, as she worked here for 4 decades. I had the pleasure to work for her in summer school for 2 years, and she was very close with my first principal, John Vella. Sadly, both have passed. But they taught me so much about running a school that's both safe and conducive to learning. And she will be really, really missed in this district. And my heart goes out to her family. On Thursday of last week, we had a shelter in place at Riverside. And the assistant principal got on the PA system and was semi-frantic. And you heard shouting in the background. It turned out a student was fighting with security. Police had to be called, but it really scared our students. And what we're doing right now reminds me of duck and cover from the Cold War, and like how ridiculous we look back at that and what we're doing now, and like hiding in the corners of the room. Our doors have huge glass windows on them, but they easily could be made into like panic safe rooms if we had proper doors. My school was opened in 1929. The walls are solid concrete. You're not getting in those doors. So also like our back doors they don't lock. I actually walked out the back today and the door catches. There's a sign from security, please, make sure you close the door. I hope that's like completely unacceptable to everyone in this room. And Dr. Williams, you were kind enough to speak to the BTF Council of Delegates on Monday, and thank you for so much for coming. It meant so much to us. But I think what you heard is it's not just my building, it's lots of our buildings that don't have doors that shut to the outside. And again, the Texas shooting, as far as we know, the door did not shut, and that's why the shooter got in. I mean, doors are our first line of defense, and so many of them don't work, in the Buffalo Public Schools. And this is really not your fault at all. We need tons of federal and state money and federal and state action to take care of this issue. But I'm hoping you as a group can start, going to our elected officials and, telling them these are our problems and we need your help. I have a son that goes to a Buffalo public school. I deeply care about my students. I always say they're my second family. And, I don't want to be negligent in this. And I feel if you reach out to our elected officials, then they'll put them on the hot seat to actually do something for once. Real quickly, I have a letter from my security guard at my school. Would it be okay if I gave this? He wanted me to give this to the board and just let what he feels could be corrected to make the school safer. And he's wonderful. We love him to death, Dave Marciano. And I think we all need to work together on this issue, and I think this might provide some insight on some of the issues. Thank you so much for your time, as always. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. Next up, we have Mel Fields, parent, regarding Bennett. Mr. Fields, microphone is yours.
Blessed love family. Truth is important. Truth is real. At the beginning of this meeting, you always have people stand up and pledge allegiance to the flag. I don't do that anymore. Lots of religions don't do it because it's not full of truth. The idea of liberty and justice for all is a good goal, but it's still a falsehood in this nation. The mission statement of the Board of Education, putting students and families first to ensure high academic achievement for all. Very good sounding words, but also still not true. A half-truth is a whole lie. Claim no easy victories, tell no lies. I love hearing the updates. It's usually all positive information, but what about the things that are needed or necessary? Successes are real, so are the failures. The community's voice is important by all means. It should be encouraged and increased. We should go to times BC, before cash, where you met 4 times a week. Now you meet 3 times a week. The 1 week that was deleted was 1 week that the public was allowed to comment. That should come back. The truth is that too many of our students, I hear phrases like 3 out of 4, cannot read, write, and do math at or above grade level. Doing math, writing, and reading at grade level should be the very minimum. Too many of our students graduate and are not college and career ready. And when they get to school, they need remedial classes and have to spend semesters trying to just get ready for what they should have been ready for after they graduated from high school. And that's also in terms of careers. When they go to jobs like the Northland Training Center, when they take courses, exams that are set up for like 9th and 10th grade, they can't pass them. So, it's great to hear all the successes, but, we need to address the failures. Federal monies were given to address the educational losses due to the COVID, but now they're being asked to be used for such things as to be distributed among adults, like raising teacher salaries. There was a board, the union president was talking about a few months ago how their pay is not commensurate with the suburbs. I'm sure the graduations also are not commensurate with the suburbs. So, equal pay, do equal work, get the students reading and writing at basic level, at grade level. In the early grades, you learn to read. In the upper grades, you use that reading to learn. I hope that there's something that can be done so that we don't have to wait a month to have public comment. We should go back to meeting 4 times a month and having the parents or the public being able to comment twice a month rather than just once a month. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Fields, for your comments. Melissa Williams is up next, a concerned citizen parent regarding school suspension and alternatives to conduct issues in school. Ms. Williams? Next up on the agenda, we have William Yelder, a redirection coach regarding parent engagement.
Thank you very much. I was going to talk on parent engagement, but what I would like to talk about, just to speak on what he just spoke on. I graduated from Emerson High School. It was a vocational school. Back then, when we went to school, not only were we looking forward to graduation, we were looking forward to a life after high school. It seems now that what we do with our scholars is once they get that piece of paper, we think we're through with them. It seems like we're in the business of graduating students, but not providing a society with the education that our kids have learned to make an honest living. We have so many kids that I talk to in the street and mentor in some of these organizations, and their question to me is, when I ask them, what you going to do when you graduate? Oh, I don't know, Walmart, I don't know, I'll find something to do. We need to get into the habit of offering more vocational schools than the 1 or 2 that we have. And offering the vocational schools, what they're learning is math. And I agree with the gentleman about young people, when they start the early school, they need to learn how to read, they need to learn the basic math. We should be ashamed that our kids graduate from high school and they can't even read and write. In this day and age, with the money that's coming into the Buffalo system, I think we need to do more hands-on training with our students, maybe do vocational training so that they look forward to graduating from school and starting their own business or moving on to college. We should not just concentrate and say all kids want to go to college. College is not made for everyone. But we need to get back to the basics. Back in 1969, when I graduated, that I knew I had a future. Our kids today graduate from the public system and do not feel that they have a future. They do not feel that they have any backing at all. We need to get more hands-on, teach our kids how to read, how to write. We have the Northland Center where they can't even pass the exams, can't even fill out the application. And that's a look on all of us here in this building today. You know, we're talking about how great the education system is here, but let's prove it. Let's start doing stuff that builds the child up instead of just pushing them out the door so that we can say, oh, our graduation rate this year was very high. But then when we go look in the street, we see all these kids on the corner. We see kids with no values, no direction, no future because they haven't been taught in school. Vocational school teaches you a career. Vocational school teaches you how to handle adversity. Vocational schools teach you how to be that adult that we inspire all our kids to be. It's great to have reading, writing, and arithmetic, but kids work better with their hands. Some kids work better with the reading and that, but we shouldn't treat everybody the same. We need more vocational schools. We need to partner with these businesses out there that are getting money to train our school. I work for the engineering department with at Emerson. I took drafting. And every summer I would go there and we would, draft the water level so ships and that could come in. That inspires a kid to learn. When they're at a younger age, what we do is teach them the basic math and let them know that there's something you can do with this math besides taking a test. Let's get back into making sure that when our kids graduate, they have a future on their own. And they don't have to talk to us about what it is because we've already taught them to think for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Elder. Next, we have Edward Spidell, a parent, regarding how to be a leader. Mr. Spidell, the microphone is yours.
Thank you. Before I start, I want to address the two speakers that were talking about safety in the building. Tomorrow, Parent Congress will be meeting with superintendent's staff, and we will be addressing the basic safety of every building in the district. So we've been working on that. The superintendent's supporting that. We will fix that problem. Also, I'd like to say I love the presentations, all the dancers, the drummers and everything. I'm excited to see what we do for July 4th in July, how we celebrate. Now I'm ready for my speech. So I want to talk about what it means to be a good leader. I'm going to give 3 examples of a good leader. So in this past few weeks, Olmsted had an emergency. My child goes to Olmsted, I talk to the staff, I call the superintendent calls me back. The superintendent changes all her plans, goes to the building the next day. The superintendent spends her whole day at Olmsted the following day. Within a week or two, every issue with doors, the PA, alarms, everything has been fixed. That's leadership. Monday, CPAC breakfast. Many attended. Thank you for those who attended. We appreciate it. The parents that are in CPAC, we know we're loved and we know we're appreciated and we know we do a great job. But the superintendent had a way of making us feel even better for ourselves, giving us the definition of hero and telling us we're all heroes. I mean, she just motivates us to do more and more and more. And then Tuesday comes along and we have the DPPC meeting. Superintendent can't make it. But does the superintendent blow us off? No, like a real leader, she reaches out, she sends emails, we communicate, she sends a written letter. It was Dr. Wendy Mistrada Day. So she sent a letter that was read out to Dr. Mistrada. She really appreciated it, she loved it. I mean, that's a leader. Leaders do things that motivate people and get people to drive. So today I'm here to ask the board, the cabinet, parents, students, teachers, all of us to follow her lead and step up. We can all do more. We can all do better. She proves it. I don't know if when she sleeps. I don't know. She's always everywhere doing something. Look, we're always talking about all the bad things. We have to focus on a positive thing. The board did a great job making her the interim superintendent. Let's get on with it. Let's make her the permanent superintendent, and let's move on. We can do great things with her leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steindl. Our last speaker for the evening is Teresa Land, PTSA Bennett, regarding, she'd like to speak about the Parent Teacher Student Association.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for allowing me to be here. We are so excited. Last week, Wednesday, we finished our bylaws for the PTSA, the Parent Teacher Student Association. We are so excited to be announcing that on in July the 21st at 6 p.m., we will be holding our first charter meeting for Louis J. Bennett, and we're asking everyone to come out to join us. I am excited to say that as of yesterday, we have 56 members, one business. We have grandparents, we have parents, we have students, we have all the administration on board. We have teachers, teacher assistants, we have coaches, and we have the alumni, as well as community people who have joined us. We are so excited, as of course, as you're mentioning, the changes and everything that's about to happen at Louis J. Bennett. We're so excited to be a part of that and working together to help our students succeed. See you all on July the 21st at 6 p.m. It is going to be at the Delavan Grider Community Center, which is 877 East Delavan, at 6 p.m. All is welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Land. Dr. Williams, do you have any responses to our speakers?
I do. First of all, thank you to all of the speakers that took time out this evening. It's beautiful outside, or at least it was beautiful
when I came in. So thank you all for coming. I'll start with Ms. Jones, who shared some very heartfelt and compelling issues that she has seen at the school that she is working in, as well as the school that her child attends. And so I will be asking staff to please reach out to you tomorrow so that we can get some of that rectified. Thank you for coming tonight and sharing what you shared. I appreciate it. To Reverend Mcintyre, who shared some of the things that she has experienced as a substitute teacher in our schools. We really do value a substitute teacher in our schools. Being a substitute teacher is a very, very difficult role, and it is the expectation that they would be treated with the same respect that our teaching staff is treated with. And so I will ask our Chief of Human Resources, because it seems that some of the experiences were confidential and private, and so I'm asking Chief Holly McGee to please reach out to Ms. Mcintyre so that you can get some specifics about what she's experienced. Mr. Bruno, always, thank you. You always share insightfulness when you come before us and you speak. And I just want you to know that Dr. Wright works very hard, you know, with the safety and security measures, as well as our executive director, Fred Wagstaff. They work very, very hard. And so I'm gonna ask Dr. Wright if she would reach out to you tomorrow so that she can find out specifically about some of the needs that you've expressed at your school. And I also want to share that the district is involved in creating school safety plans and an overall district safety plan. So all of our principals have created or completed information, almost like a 15-page survey on what their needs are in their schools. And we have staff that have compiled all of that data. And so we can look at it now and we can see how many schools need doors fixed, how many schools need PA systems fixed, what does it look like as far as security and how many security officers are at different schools. So we're at that point, and from this point we start prioritizing how we can get some of those things fixed. So I will ask Dr. Wright to reach out to you tomorrow or Friday so that we can hear a little bit more about some of the needs at your school. Mr. Fields, always good to hear from Mr. Fields. And you know, he shares some statistics. I would be interested, and I'm going to reach out to Mr. Fields because I've heard these statistics that we have 3 out of 4 students that cannot read or cannot write. And that's not the experience when I'm in schools that I'm seeing. And so I want to reach out to him and hear a little bit more about the statistics and some of the things that, you know, he shares in our meetings respectfully. And, you know, our students are involved in things like formative assessments and assessing them periodically so that we can make sure that they are progressing. And if not progressing, then we try to provide them with interventions to address wherever the deficits are. So I will be reaching out myself to Mr. Fields so that I can speak with him. We don't have to necessarily have parents come before the board in order to have their voices uplifted. We have parent group organizations, we have staff in schools, and so I know that one of the things that he would like to see is the board meeting more frequently, but there are other ways that his voice can be heard. So when I meet with him, we'll talk about some of those pieces. Mr. Yelder, always nice to see you. And you shared a concern about vocational schooling and that there's a need to expand it. I just want to share that within the last couple of years, we have opened some innovative high schools, and so we have expanded some of our career and technical schools. We do have the culinary school. We expanded Emerson so that we have that. We have our research lab school, and we also have our Blue Economy School at Riverside. In addition to that, this summer, we have a STEM project that many of our younger students, and it's through WASED, and so they will also be doing a lot of hands-on learning at the 25 sites that say yes to education will have students in some of our Buffalo Public summer programs. So I just want to share that we are progressing with that same thought in mind. We all want our students to be successful when they graduate from high school and prepared college ready and career ready. Mr. Spidell, you know, I don't want people to think I paid you to say, you know, the very kind things you shared, but you know, for me, this, and I shared this the first night that I was appointed, this is not business as usual. This is a passion for me. It is really a passion. So I don't get tired. I do sleep, and I do appreciate the support that you, the DPCC, CPEC, and all of our parent groups have offered. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for your kind words. And finally, Ms. Land, I will see you, God willing, on July 21st. You know, I wasn't a Bennett Tiger. I can't say I was a Riverside Frontier, but certainly we all come together when it comes to something like parents and teachers working together. So I will see you at 6 o'clock at the Delavan Grider Center on July 21st. Congratulations to you and to Ms. Ferguson on the work you all have done with getting this implemented. Thank you.
Mr. President, may I say something about that?
Yes, Ms. Kaplan.
Thank you. I don't know why these, we didn't even turn these on. Is yours on? Okay. I just want to, hello? Thank you. I just want to thank Mrs. Land and Ina Ferguson in regards to establishing the first Parent-Teacher Student Association at Bennett High School, but I also want to give out a shout out to the principal, Mr. Alvarez, but particularly Mr. Wheeler, Assistant Principal Wheeler. He took this on this year as a project in order to try to strengthen the schools. And under, I think we're expanding we have the community PTA, but we're also working inside of the Ferry District to expand our parent-teacher student organizations. And it's important because if you will remember last year, one of the problems we had is that we did not have parent engagement and involvement. And as board members, in order for us to grow our schools, we need to get the parents inside the buildings. And we need to be about that. Ina Ferguson is working to help us grow our parent-teachers associations, and I appreciate that. But I really just wanted to shout out to the assistant principal because he did everything, Assistant Principal Wheeler did everything and to make sure that that's happening. And as a result, Bennett is going to be stronger as a result. And I encourage other board members to do the same. It's unacceptable, the level of parent involvement in this district. It's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cotton. At this point, I'm asking for a motion to approve the minutes from the May 18th meeting. Moved by Mr. Transford, second by Jen McCosey. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The minutes are approved. Committee reports. We had 2 committee meetings this month, June 1st and June 8th. I'm going to start with Board Member McCosey and work our way around the table. Jen, do you have anything to report out?
So I don't remember all the dates, but I had attended their teacher policy meeting. Some, they're wrapping everything up. I think that just addressing the kind of payments that are being, made to those more in a timely manner came up again. There's been some improvement, but, just something to look into. I attended the boat launch for our folks that are working with the Buffalo Maritime Center. We have students in Lafayette and in IPREP, or students in Lafayette and in Riverside. Also, St. Mary's School for the Deaf Maritime Charter, who's working with the Buffalo Maritime Center, building boats, learning different ways of approaching science and math and engineering. And they actually know this, they've been doing this, Buffalo Maritime Center have been working with Riverside and different schools in our community schools for years now. And check them out at Canalside, they're building a boat with students there as well. But these students were able to launch their boats at Hoyt Lake. So it was a really great event. Our students are very proud of what they do, and I really encourage folks to look into these programs that are happening within the schools. So, we have the innovative high schools. I just want to point out, if you want to get into civil service, go to East. If you want to do hotel restaurant management, go to Emerson too. There are, different programs that are out there. Also, today I attended the 6th grade celebration of, doing really well at Waterfront. Full transparency, one of my children is in 6th grade. But the way that the students were able to kind of go to Canalside, do their own thing, and be trusted, and were so, they were so well behaved, and they just had a blast. They were burying each other in that sand pit. It was really awesome to see, and I believe that there's so many schools doing class days, their graduation ceremonies next week. I encourage, as many folks to go to these ceremonies now that you can actually attend. Some overlap the others, but there's class day and field day and all these celebrations to go to because our kids really deserve recognition for the work they've done. And there's a couple other things I had been to, I just can't think of them right now, but we're doing great work in the BPS, and I continue to say it. Ask folks before you speak on some stuff that you may not have been updated about. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rivera?
I was happy to conduct a work session where we discussed ways in which to uplift and engage our students even more with the Board of Education. I'm very pleased to say that all of my colleagues on the board are in support of this. We're looking forward to working more with student governance and student voice. As it comes this fall, we'll be continuing the plan over the summer and rolling it out. I also was just very happy and honored to be invited to the CPAC breakfast as a former CPAC member. It's really critical, and it was really wonderful to see the awards and to see the engagement of our parents there.
Thank you, President Petrucci. First of all, I'd like to say, dedicate this month was LGBTQ month, and help celebrate those individuals who are called civil rights leaders of today, to stand up for their rights and stand up for privileges and just be themselves. So just like to give recognition for those individuals. Also, This month has been a very long month, very touching. I've been to a lot of funerals, a lot of wakes, seeing that the past massacre that happened. And I just wanted to call the names off once again. I know everybody heard these names before, but these individuals who lives was lost due to a needless tragedy that happened, and that's something that we vowed as a community to work against and work towards, and not use this as a sad point in our life, but use it as a progression point. Cecily Cheney, Roberta Drury, Andre McNeil, Catherine Massey, Marcus Morrison, Haywood Patterson, Aaron Salters Jr., Geraldine Talley, Ruth Whitfield, and Pearl Young. I had a connection with each and every one of these individuals some way, in some fashion, and I heard goes out to them and their families, and recognizing that this community is standing behind them, and the whole country as a whole. Other thing that I did was we could go visit was a unity rally, which was held by the DPS and UAW, and I was happy, we had some board members here that spoke at that unity rally, and just to bring out some good points and things that we need to work on in this community about moving forward and how to. Also, I spend just about every day at the Veterans Hospital a couple hours, and there's a lot of recognition going on there, for those that lost their lives. Also, support for our superintendent. Everybody says, Dr. Tanja Williams, interim superintendent. I love the work that she's doing. So, just kudos to you, and you're recognized by a lot of groups. Also, I'll be remiss to say that I've been to a couple of my granddaughters' musicals from the home school in Tonawanda, and also a graduation today. Also, I'd like to say that I went to the ECAB graduation dinner where I was honored to receive an award for the Diana R. Miller Awards, and I was also accompanied by Dr. Tanja Williams, who's everywhere. Also, if you guys haven't had the opportunity, I know that the last date was Juneteenth, but to see the Buffalo Public School 53rd Annual Pre-K Picasso at City Hall, it was a wonderful event, the works that our children are doing in this district, and hope you guys had an opportunity to see it. And I just want to give somebody who I met with Dave Chappelle, and his work that he did when he came to Buffalo. Did a comedy show for free, but gave all the money, not for free, but he gave all the monies from the comedy show to the victims of the family in the home. So just shouts out to David Chappelle, and just a great man that he is, just to recognize those individuals here that's in Buffalo. I'd like to go on to the sports committee, the athletic committee. We have accomplished a lot. Of course, we've been announcing that we got our flag football programs coming this summer with our soccer league. Also, for next year, we have a couple other sports, but this year we have 3 sports broken out for the summertime, including with basketball, and so we'll be going on with that summer program and actually looking to include a couple of other sports, which we'll announce later. But this month we met with 23 elementary school principals, and some of the things that we talked about was transportation. We talked about representation with the BCSA and their response on making this program work amongst both groups, and we received very positive feedback. And we also talked about the 21st century grants and how some schools didn't receive the grants, and how we can allocate monies or be responsive to make sure that the schools in needs as programs and transportation, they can still exist. And the great thing that we wrote on also this summer is our flag football program. So we have a salute to students that's involved and parents. But there's a couple of things that we're looking for. This district for the athletic program is looking for a separate website for the Buffalo Public Schools athletic department, so it'll be easier for parents to navigate through it, as we look forward also to adapt a link, and a link that will go to your phone that will link to parents and children in the schools, so they can know where their children at. The children can report back to the parents, and also we can know
the game protocols and details and where they'll be at. So it's a couple of things that we're working on, and I think that we can make some great progression with the athletic department. Also, we looked at a couple of different locations again for our programs, and some of the schools that we decided upon was Gaviars, Frederick Law Olmsted, the Houghton Academy, Hillary Park Academy, Southside Elementary, the West Hurdle, Lydia T. Wright. We have the Bennett Park Montessori, the City Honor School, Futures Preparatory, the Charles Drew Magnet School, the Harvey Austin School 97. And these are just some of the sites that we felt that we had a large land mass, so we could go on with Plan B and Plan C as moving forward with the athletic department. A couple other things. It's been a very long month, but I'll be quick. I was happy yesterday. It was amazing that we went to the Flag Day parade, where we had the Army Humvees and the Sheriff's Department on horseback closed off Main Street so that our children could walk on Main Street all the way from School 54 to Forest Lawn Cemetery. It was amazing, warm, hot day, and a couple other board members attended. I'm sure they'll talk about it, but this was a great event with School 54, School 31, and School 17 participating. And we had over 600 students dressed in red, white, and blue shirts that came and attended the event and took the long walk. So it was a great event. Dr. Cressy attended there. Paulette Woods, President Lou Petrucci spoke also, and Dr. Will Caresi, who represented the Buffalo Public Schools. And we also had an event yesterday that marked the 1 month anniversary of the massacre that happened at the Town Supermarket on Jefferson Avenue. So we all spoke along with Mayor Brown and talked about the sorrow and the pain. We talked about the resilience of this community. And we also, I spoke with one of my students, former students at Seneca High School, who had lost his mother there, and in that rampage. And but to his heart, his dedication, he is so strong, and he knows that there's money that's going to be coming to him and his family about what happened. And the first thing he wants to talk about, and I want to work with the district, is that he wants to start a nonprofit to help other individuals who suffer the same kind of loss, the same type of pain in this country. So the heart goes out to him. And Roderick, he's a great student, great guy, and I think that we all should work with him in the future. We also spoke about next steps and what we're going to do. This is one announcement. I think that this district has been working with this organization. I've been working with this organization since they started, was the 8 Days of Hope. And this is going to affect a lot of our community in the Fillmore district. We're going to revitalize homes, people that live in the Fillmore district this year. So we're setting up camp, and they got over 1,500 volunteers from across the country that can come help with people that live in the Fillmore district that may need a new roof, a new paint job at their house, or a new porch, somebody who may have like gutter work or lawn care. They do everything, but these are volunteers that come to this community. What makes it so amazing, when they see the volunteers, suddenly you see people from the community come to volunteer also. We also had teachers that came last year. So this is working for us in our community and our schools, and I'm glad that the Buffalo Public School has partnered with them to make this happen, for us. Visit the Community Leadership Program once again, about getting started with the mentoring and counseling programs and bringing over 25 pastors into the city of Buffalo with their congregation. We can some over 100 people that can come to the Buffalo Club and schools and work with our children and youth with mental health and mental aid. Also, I met with the After School Task Force on a Zoom. I was kind of doing a couple of different things at one time, but with Ann Bennettelli, it was got a lot of information about the hiring ELT staff, food service, transportation, and our CBOs. Quickly going through, and after hearing last week's presentation with Jay Hill at McKinley High School, I went over there in person just to meet with her and her mother and Principal Muhammad. And we spoke and talked about some of the concerns that she had, and I was so happy that Dr. Ann Rivera and Jennifer McCosey had the opportunity to go to the Saturday Academy to reach out to her, and we talk about what can we do about the bullying, the food, the cultures, inclusion. So those things were very touching. I'm so happy that we moved forward. And I also was able to meet with Ann Bennettelli and Nate Kuzma, our council, to go to the Native American Parent and Student Committee resource program, where we talk about our Title VI Indian and Education Act reform. So actually we talk about just adjusting the bylaws so that it can adjust to today's times, so that the Native Americans can have a voice here in the Buffalo Public Schools. And just to get through this quickly, what a celebration. Yesterday, accompanied with Dr. Tanja Williams and President Luke Petruski, we attended the commencement ceremony for the Adult Education Division. And out of all graduations, now, as I always said, this is my favorite graduation to go to, because these are individuals who had troubles in their lives, that didn't graduate with their high school class, and they stuck it out. They came forward, they put their good foot forward, and whatever it took, they walked across the stage. I was so happy to see these individuals and their families celebrate graduating from public high school. And one thing that one of the speakers said yesterday was that we got to find a way to re-recognize and rename what the high school diploma is, because these diplomas shouldn't be called anything but a high school diploma. And that no matter what troubles they went through and how long it took for them to get to this road, that these are high school diplomas, and they should be recognized as such as they go into colleges and to the workforce. Last thing, skip these. Also, Dr. Tanja Williams and I went to the Erie County, Erie Niagara ENSAA Superintendent Association. This was the 2002 Erie County Scholastic Achievement Recognition dinner for our students, and that was across Erie County and Niagara County. And they just recognized some students from our schools at Buffalo Performing Arts, Beauregard, City Honors, East Community, Emerson, Frederick Law Olmsted, Hutchinson Tech, International Prep, Lafayette School, Leonardo da Vinci's, Lewis Bennett School, McKinley. We went through Middle Early College, MST, Research Lab, Riverside, School of Culinary Arts and Hospitality in South Park. These were our scholar students that was recognized at the dinner for the work they were doing and achievement they made within our schools. So I'm going to cut it off. There's a lot more things, but I just like to. Oh, the last thing I do have to mention is that it's one thing that we've been working on for the last about 5 or 6 years, along with the Fruit Vessel Leadership Academy, which I'm the president of at the St. John's, and Dr. Tanja Williams, who was there again, she came and spoke yesterday that we're opening up a food market on High Street, and this is something we've been working on for a while now with the Buffalo Black Billion, and we're going to bring fresh foods and a market on High Street, right around the corner, a couple blocks from Jefferson, to where we can, stop this food desert, or what New York State calls it now as a food apartheid. And this is something that that's been in the works. The doors have opened up. We have the land now. We have the opportunity to build, and the funds, everything's in place. So look for a shovel breaking ceremony coming up soon as we bring more produce, fresh foods here in the east side of Buffalo, and as we rebuild Jefferson Avenue. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. I don't know if I would use quickly doing any of that, but thank you. Next up, we have Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown.
I think I should have went before Terrence Hurd, but it's okay. Good evening. All right, so a couple of things. I've been visiting a couple of my schools as well. So I'm glad it's open so that we can look at a 22-23 school year without the restrictions. And by the way, the principal of Harvey Austin, Cameron Hall, is now Dr. Cameron Hall. We're so proud of him. He received his EDD. Dr. Hall, I'm acknowledging you. And he's looking at, some resources that he wants me to help him get in the school, and as well as Adrian Cofield over at East High School. One of the things I know we've been talking about all year is tooting our horn as a district. There's always going to be, I don't care how well we do things, a narrative that is going to be negative. So with that, I'm pleased that the community is now looking at us in a different light. I had a conversation with Dr. Bettina Morrell, who's doing good work, and this was before she hit Time magazine, that she's going to be a guest speaker next week at a preventive services coalition that I chair in the community with other provider agencies. And this was, I guess, an outcry of what happened on May 14th at Tops. Because her work really hits home in terms of what we are teaching our children about race and race relations in the home where they're little. And so we have to continue to change, these negative narratives as well as mindsets. So I'm looking forward to the conversation next week. So with that, our June 8th student achievement session included, under the leadership of Ann Botticelli, a human trafficking team task force presentation and special ed update by Kim Osher. There is a problem in this community with human trafficking. And I think Paulette said some statistics last time that we had one of the highest, or somebody had one of the highest rates of human trafficking in the state. And so Mary Moran, who is the coordinator of the task force, received a grant, and the grant is with the Erie County Sheriff's Office and the International Institute of Buffalo, who collaboratively gave us a presentation at the student achievement session about some of the processes that they're undertaking, conducting proactive investigations and initiating trauma-informed and victim-centered trainings for law enforcement officers, prosecutors, EMTs, and firefighters. And it also sounds like they're now including some of Buffalo in those conversations. So we left it with that they lack the capacity to really include our schools, but they will do more. And so Ann is going to invite them back at some point. With the special ed update, Kim Hosher did a wonderful job in terms of providing an overview of agencies who support our special ed students, the types of agencies, who they serve, and the criteria for acceptance, and information on our BPS students. It sounds like, and I think this is nothing new to none of us, that in a district as large as we have, there's approximately 20% of our students who are in the special ed or who have a disability. So she went on, Kim, to talk about student voice and how that's been elevated, that students are able to, work on their own plans and talk about high school choices and, participate in their own, advocacy for themselves and to provide, what's best for them. Because they're special ed, doesn't mean that it's a death sentence. Students do have a voice and they know what they want. So special ed initiatives also will be preparing students for post-secondary outcomes. And then she talked about, calming corners that help, young people, especially autistic kids with these common corners that's designated in certain schools, assist with self-regulation, calm them and regulate their behaviors, certain kind of tools, there's certain furniture that works best, crash mats, beanbag chairs, etc. And then lastly, we're talking about the expansion of CTE, existing programs serving our 15-to-1 and 12-to-1-1 classes, currently expanding to 8-to-1-1 and 6-to-1-1 classes. So the expansion began this year with Career Financial Management at MST, number 197, and IPREP 198. And so they're currently identifying programs at additional schools. And then the upcoming projects will include transition curriculum, behavior screener, assisted technology, electronic records, and welcome packages, and video libraries for parents of students. That's my presentation.
This woman, I needed to have a copy made of this for you.
Thank you very much.
She left it for me.
Mr. Scott?
Thank you, President Petrucci. Last week, June 8th, the Educational Support Committee had a presentation from BPS and CS Buffalo staff who presented on launching the 3-year-old pre-K program. It was proposed that there would be a launch of 6 to 7 classrooms to begin, servicing 70 to 105 students. The plan is to begin 2 classrooms, I believe, this coming January, and the remaining the following school year. It's proposed that they be located in a BP Buffalo Public School community school, at least 1 in each sub-district, board member sub-district. It'll be a full-day program, and it was clarified that transportation would be provided. We had discussion about capacity in buildings, and were provided a follow-up report on kindergarten seats and pre-K 4 seats, and it was determined that both are considerably under-enrolled. For example, pre-K 4 were under-enrolled. There's 500 open seats for pre-K 4 currently. So that would lead one to believe that there should be space in buildings to provide the 3-year-old program. And I just want to conclude with the research that was shared in this presentation as well on 3-year-old programs. And when you have good quality early preschool programs, that it has such significant long-term impacts. Closes educational gaps for students of color, English language learners, students with disabilities. It seems most of the impact is on social emotional development. Student attendance is better, lower suspension rates. Students are more likely to graduate from high school, enroll in, and graduate from college as well. So looking forward to that developing, and we have an item on our agenda tonight to vote on as well related to the 3-year-old program. Also on June 8th, I participated in a meeting with the Office of Mental Health, which was attended by several officials from Office of Mental Health, Erie County officials, Say Yes staff, Dr. Wright, Dr. Sharon Brown, Ms. Andrea Sanders. And I was just amazed to see the partnership with all of these influential professionals that are supporting our students and our families as a result of the May 14th tragedy. And to know that a month after that tragedy has occurred, that this partnership is continuing is also very encouraging. We talked about several ways of being able to service our students, in particular going into summer with our Say Yes Buffalo camps and our summer school programs, how we can have our mental health clinics serve our students and families. And what really seemed to resonate too was mental health first aid or psychological first aid training for staff. And what I learned in that meeting is that it can be done with students. So I actually had a conversation with the local director from Office of Mental Health, Chris Marcello, today, and he is really excited about being able to build on this, and hoping, Dr. Williams, that you'll be able to fit in some time to either attend a meeting or schedule a meeting with them on how we can further partner with them through the summer and into next school year. And then lastly, I attended the Unity Rally on June 2nd. United Against Racism, Hate, and Gun Violence. It was a great turnout. Dr. Williams spoke, as well as several leaders in BPS at that rally. And then very lastly, I attended 3 performances here, music performances that were just absolutely outstanding. Was really, really amazed at the talent that we have at this school in this district. There was one performance where what really amazed me, there were students sitting on each side right here watching other students perform, and it was just so amazing to see how excited they were, clapping, dancing, cheering on the students that were performing on stage. And then also seniors being recognized, and we talked about, some people mentioned our students not being prepared. The seniors were recognized and asked what their plans are after they graduate, and it was amazing. Almost all of them had plans for after school. One in particular was to study chemistry at Buff State. Another was to be going to Northland to be trained to be an electrician. So many of our students are being prepared for the next step after high school, and that needs to be something that we celebrate. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Woods?
Well, I like to be brief. We did have a finance and ops meeting, and our chief CFO presented some very, very important informative information on the AARP ESSER plans. You'll see a lot of the monies that are being spent are included in today's agenda items to be approved to extend education, to make a difference in our student achievement. He also went over the capital fund, the capital budget, and it was pointed out that we will need $40 million for moving and making an adjustment so that Bennett High is not overcrowded and that we can serve our children. When you have a program that 1,500 children want to attend and you only have spaces for 150, if we're going to recapture our students, we have to make space. We have to put those programs in our buildings so that we don't send our children to charter schools. So I really appreciate that presentation, Mr. Pritchard. Another major item that our CFO presented was on the MBEWBE project, and you heard a report on the significant changes that are being made under the superintendent so that all of our community members participate in the programs that their tax dollars pay for. An update was also given at the meeting by Dr. Cressley's on our transportation problems. And it was noted that we still are going to be 100 bus drivers short in the fall if we don't put our heads together, figure it out, work it out. That's the mandate the community has given. Work it out. That was the Finance Committee meeting. I'll only mention 2 events that I attended, but I must say that each of the board members from 7:30 in the morning to 11 at night received calls from our parents about problems going into our buildings, problems with disciplinary situations where students are either they feel unfairly expelled or suspended, or places where students need to be expended. So
Each of us board members, I think it should be recognized that we're always dealing with putting students and families first. That's our primary reason. Running and making sure people get an education and looking out for our parents and our students. The two events I want to mention that I attended, being a past commander of Jesse Clipper American Legion Post, I do march with the students on Flag Day and do speak on the importance of the flag. That's American soil when you're deployed in another country. And that's the flag that I'll be buried under when I die because I served my country. Very proud to participate in that with 600 children marching down Main Street. It was beautiful. And the other tragedy that happened in our community, we have a food desert. We have an East Side community that is existing right now on charity. They have handouts and people giving them bags of groceries. They don't have a supermarket to shop. And we have a health policy that says we want our children to eat fresh fruits and vegetables to avoid obesity, diabetes, and all kinds of health problems. So I attended and our superintendent spoke at the unveiling of the High Street Market, which the other thing is minority businesses. There needs to be economic development, and that's $1 million project opening in the East Buffalo community, Black-owned, training our students, serving our community, addressing the problem of the food desert, and I was very proud to be part of it, and I want to thank our Hutch Tech Junior ROTC unit and Colonel Abramowicz for presenting and posting the flag at both of those events. So that's my report.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Ms. Cotton?
I'll try to be brief because I still believe that this is a business meeting and I'd like to get the business handled so that the staff can go home and enjoy the rest of their evening. Mr. President, I voiced my concern about taking business time to do this when typically it was done at the end of the meeting. So I'll be very brief. Inter-High Student Council meeting, I met with the young people and had a discussion with them about what happened in their community on 5/19. On 5/20, I attended, along with the superintendent, the Olmsted Innovation Lab at School 61. Principal Marquita Bryant reminded me that 4 years ago she went to a STEM meeting with Western New York STEM and got excited about doing it, and she is just off and running. And I said to her, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And she is gulping up STEM in that building. And those children were fantastic. They gave the superintendent, and my grandson made mine, our own personal nameplates using the 3D printer. So some great things are happening there. On May 14th, I attended the annual Community Day in honor of Neil Dobbins. It was a beautiful event. His legacy still lives on. I've often thought since the tragedy of May the 14th, what would Neil say? What would Neil be doing? And it's been guiding me in a lot of ways. On the 23rd of May, I attended the outdoor concert at School 61. On 5/24, I went to school, outdoor concert at School 61, and on the 24th, I went to a creativity tour at the Arthur O. Eve School of Distinctions. Kudos to Mr. Barnes and the staff. That building is just art-filled, and it's just an excellent experience. If you get a chance to tour any of our schools, certainly that is one to do. On 6/1, I attended the Bennett High Alumni and Redesign Committee. Kudos to the superintendent and Dr. Will Caressi for the work that they're doing with that organization. We had a meeting on the 25th and we circled back on the 1st, and they were able to provide them with some satisfaction, which was pleasing for them. On 6/2, I attended a unity rally with the Teachers Federation and the various other unions, and I want to thank Phil Rumore for allowing me the opportunity to speak at that rally. I appreciated that. On 6/3, I attended a retirement party for Dr. Kevin Eberly, who is in our package this week. He is retiring from over 18 years of being with Buffalo Public Schools. I want to thank personally Mr. Eberly for the work that he's done with our students. He's done a phenomenal job of turning MST around, and I'm looking forward to continuing that growth in that building. 6/14, which was last night, I attended DPC's last night celebration to Dr. Wendy Mastrada, who deserves to be commended for the work that she's done over the years. Many of our staff members were there and supported her, and it was a nice send-off, a nice dinner, cake, etc. Dr. Reynolds was there, and several members of her staff also. She appreciated it, and I want to thank her for the work she's done. Wealth of knowledge, and I hate to see her retire, but she promised that she would not let us go alone. She would help us. On 6/15 and on 5/11, I attended a meeting with the Arab American Business Association, who is in the process of establishing a scholarship for African American children and Hispanics. They allowed me the privilege of pulling it together and writing it today. They accepted it, and they plan to start the scholarship in the year 22-23 school year. It will be $5,000. It will consist of 4 scholarships to African Americans and 1 to Hispanics in the amount of $1,000 each. On 6/9, I attended a community meeting. It was a spontaneous meeting. I got a call. People wanted to meet about School 131. And I went to that meeting. Honorable Kelly Galloway from Mona's House had put together team people who want to, team community people who want to help and expand that school. And so I'm looking forward to working with them in the near future. This is, it's important to them because they want to work with the population of students who need the most support. And I'm looking forward to working with them. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all I have to report.
Thank you, Ms. Melton-Cottman. I cede part of my time to Board Member Picosi because she wants to make an announcement.
There were, I have received some text messages about recognizing this past weekend, 2 weekends ago, the Pride Parade. We have many schools represented with Bliss with our Pride Parade. I marched with Da Vinci High School, which is in my district, but many of our schools and schools from across, Western New York, Sweet Home, Niagara Falls. It was amazing how many schools showed up. It was, there's all kinds of different groups of folks, but the schools represented, they were allowed to march first. They took up a huge amount of space and time and got all the energy they deserved. And I just wanted to make sure that people were aware that they were recognized, they felt empowered, and they're continuing to bring this positivity of how they're embraced into the schools, and they respect the fact that we respect them. There's that. I also attended the International Prep Senior Breakfast, where our student board member, who unfortunately couldn't be here for a family emergency, she just shined the whole time. She's president of that Honor Society, Inter-High Council or Honor Society, or one of those. She has so many accolades, and she did such a great job, so I want to make sure she was mentioned. And I also want to point out that during this tragedy, there are so many folks that are really helping within that area. I wanted to shout out Alexander Wright from the American Heritage Food Co-op, who had been gifted a building on Carlton Street, not too far from the development that is happening on High Street, and I'm hoping everybody kind of connects, and that the BPS also works with him because he's trying to renovate and do very similar the community, training people to help renovate the building, create the food, like a food destination in that area. And instead of having, I don't think it's competing, I just don't think that the connections are being made, and I'm an outsider looking in, so if there is connections, that's awesome, because they're literally like a block away from each other, these efforts. So I just wanted to point out that I had gone to the press conference where he really described what was going on, brought the cameras in, showed how he was going to renovate, how he was going to bring community into this. So yeah, I'm so sorry I forgot these things.
Thank you, Ms. McCosey. I know, board members, it's a difficult time of the year to work in brevity. There are so many things going on, whether it's the end of the year and all these special events. But your board president also has some things he'd like to report out on as well. What I'll try and do is, because I know many of us attended the same events, I'll try to give some complimentary comments on mutual things we attended. Like Terrence and Dr. Williams, I was at the high school equivalency graduation. I'm glad that I did not have to speak after Reverend Pridgeon, which is always good. But one of the things that came up was both not just about changing the name of the diploma, but also funding for adult education and expansion of some of the programs. So a lot of this is the conversations that you have afterwards. I want to thank Mr. Hurt for removing the orange cones so that I could find the Flag Day ceremony and celebration. I will say that I stayed till the end, and when they fired off the guns as part of the salute, it was not well received by many of our children. I did have opportunity to see Miss Stretta after the graduation, but it was, she was stepping down after many years of service. I want to make sure that I stopped in, got to meet her husband and her daughter, and one of the things that we had in our conversation was the importance about subcommittees and ad hoc committees to address topical issues that are important to our BPS community going forward. I want to make sure I mention that. On the 21st, I went to Native American Community Services where they had virtual reality goggles where you could actually hear someone speak Seneca and dancers from me to Dr. Williams away, and it was a very cool experience. They've partnered with Cornell University to make this interactive experience that was wonderful. I'm glad I went. I tried to go to the BPTO meeting at East, got moved from the library, and there was some confusion as to where it got moved to, but I'll make the next one. I want to thank Principal Murray for outstanding traffic control skills as Discovery School 67 celebrated their end of the year. It was very impressive to see so many parents and teachers and students enjoying the front lawn at one of my alma maters, but Discovery School 67. CPAC, many of us were there, but I wanted to recognize Kim Hernandez for all of Kim's outstanding work over the years. She is a person of few words, but a person who you'll never meet someone who's more dedicated and more hardworking. And you could see that she was visibly moved when she received the word. So I just wanted to give Kim a little shout out before we go any farther. Unity Park was great. It demonstrates what happens when we all come together. And I was glad to be a part of it. One more thing, I went to the Allentown Art Festival where I visited the BPS exhibition. So every year the BPS exhibits at the Allentown Art Festival, and it's always good to stick your head in and see what Michelle Augusta has this year for us. But again, very impressive. Many of our students made 3D sneakers and got to personalize them, which was kind of a cool concept. And that concludes my comments.
You went to one more thing.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams and myself also, I did go to Kevin Eberly's retirement party, but we also went to School 74 for the announcement of the Mayor's Reading Rules program. If any of you ever have the opportunity to attend the event at the Convention Center, it is a great event to see all the BPS families there eating breakfast and kids running around and receiving awards and prizes. It's one of the highlights of our year. And that concludes, yes.
Can I just say that one of the books that they selected this year, they added it on, is called Don't Call Me That. My name is Armatia. And it's written by local people and illustrated. It's written by Dr. Batchelor and illustrated by James Cooper III. And it is a book about special ed children, or special children, I should say, who have special talents that are not always recognized. It's one of my favorite stories that I like to read to my grandchildren, and they really enjoy it. And I encourage you to get that book for your children because, first of all, it's local, but second of all, it teaches a history lesson about Harriet Tubman and how the Buffalo River is called the Jordan River. And it's just, it talks about the foot of fairy. It's just a great book.
It is.
And I encourage you to read it. You know a book also, Larry?
Yeah, I got it at home. It's phenomenal.
It is. It's a great book. Okay, just thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? We've been a busy board. It's good to see. It's what we should be doing. It's good that there are so many events that celebrate and rise up the Buffalo Public Schools. At this point, can I have a motion to accept our consent agenda? So moved by Kathy Evans Brown and second by Larry Scott. Let's see what questions we have this evening.
I want to give it to my autistic nephew.
Our first question is from Mr. Terrence Hurd under number 11E, Group Trail Community School Registration Software.
Yes, thank you, President Petrucci. My question with 11E is a simple question. It talks about the community school registration software, the parent involvement, and employer information report. And these are some of the exact things that we're looking for with the modified course program as we look to launch it, as far as developing the app and a website, separate that they use for the modified program, so it'll be easy for the parents to navigate through. I was wondering, any way they could be attacked to see this is a possible proposed vendor that we may approve?
I would have to defer with Director Alyssa Maffaletto. So she's the lead on this particular item, and but we can have a conversation regarding it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd.
For this.
You are on under 17A also, under Business Affairs Award Contract. Catch, Nutrition, Education, and Physical Activity Contract, extension for licenses, Mr. Hurd.
Yes, it's basically the same question. I read in this proposal that it had healthy eating options for overweight and obesity, also social emotional wellness outcomes, grant nutrition assessments, and these are also some of the criteria that we're looking for with our modified sports program. And since this grant is already existing, in way that we can utilize some of these efforts to fit the profile for our pre-K to 8th graders that will be identified with modified and unified sports.
So the grant actually has ended. Now we're looking to purchase this curriculum to continue to use at our elementary. But we can certainly discuss additional uses for the curriculum. So it's a series of lessons that the teachers walk through with the students.
So are we recertifying the grant now, or is it separate?
I don't believe we have another. I don't believe that grant is an option for us anymore.
Which one's he on now?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd, for your question. Next up, under Business Affairs Award Contract 17B, waste removal and recycling from baseball coach and at-large member Larry Scott.
That's good. Actually, my question has been answered also. We can move on.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Under 17K, board approval for professional services or district-wide technical support for the 2022-2023 school year. I have a comment from Terrence Hurd.
This is 17K. Okay. Okay, 17K, I read through this proposal. I'm happy to see that we have a vendor they'll be paying our students for internship programs. And that's very, very exciting to me, and I know to our students also. I would just like to know, I don't know if you have enough time tonight, but give us more information about how the students will benefit from this vendor and this internship program. I know the cost of this is over 1.6, but what programs or how can our children be afforded to this program? Who would be and how would they be able to apply and receive these?
Thank you for that. This internship is a partnership we've had with them now over 5 years. So summer internships is how it began. We even at this point have some students that have year-round internships with the company and have gone on to subsequently be hired by the company. So at this point, almost 200 students have come through the internship program, and counting those that will be participating this summer. They come from all of our high schools. Many have come through middle school technology clubs and aspire to be part of the internship program. And they get, I think, a really great experience trying to give them real world job experiences. So they do applications, they get their references. In many cases, they're interviewed to participate. We've worked in great partnership with our guidance department. Martha Younger helps so that the recruitment goes out district-wide through all of our schools.
So they're evenly be distributed amongst our students?
We do, yes.
That's great. That's great news to hear, and I'm happy to see this program. I know that our students are looking for more outlets and summer programs, but you're saying that they can be actually hired. This is fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Don't put down that microphone, Mr. Hurd. Under 17, award contract. Number 17L, Dresser and Malek LLP. An internal audit contract question from Terrence Hurd, number 11.
You don't have to go, Mr. Pritchard. I just was reading through the contract, and the dollar amount for the agenda item is different from the one that's on the contract itself. So I just want to make sure that we don't vote or anything like that if we get denied because we have two different dollar amounts.
What's the, I don't have the actual contract.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Under Business Affairs, award of purchase, number 18N. Parent meeting fall festival. So I just had a question. I know I've attended this event many times. It's always very well attended. It's a great showing from our BPS family. I was just wondering if there are any talks or discussions about trying to expand this to other locations or to other areas.
I have to check the funding source, but I believe this is actually coming out of the UPK grant, so we wouldn't be able to use that funding. We'd have to look for a different funding source if we wanted to do something else. Many of the organizations in the area can't fit that many kids, which is usually why we work with the zoo, because it's outdoors and typically early enough in the fall that we have decent weather and we can have all those families come. Because you have not only the students, but you have parents, siblings, yeah. If there are other venues that you're aware of that could hold that capacity, we'd be happy to look into it.
Thank you very much. Next, number 19, ERP plan, ESER 2, ESER 3, Educational Business Affairs. Under 19B, yeah, this is not aligned to my question. I have this for me, but this is not my question. So I will pass on 19B. Also, under 19, ARP, ESER 2, ESER 3, Educational and Business Affairs. 19O, first summer in summer school transportation. Terrence Hurd.
Yes, thank you, President Chushi. This is a contract with First Student, and my only question is that we have, we talked about the mileage, that's what the Alumni spoke about it, representative. And it says for the summer school that the students got to live 0.7 miles away. That's the agreed upon mark that we're going to use for transportation. That's the new policy, or was that the original?
No, that's always been your existing policy for elementary school students for as long as I can remember.
I remember if they were around that borderline, we had talked about having bus passes in high school.
Yeah, the board did have a policy for high school students establishing a rate of 0.5, which will still be at that NPA transportation, that's still be.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. Under 19E, Say Yes Summer Camp 2022, comment from Mr. Terrence Bird.
I received an answer to that already. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Under 19CC, Great Castle, Security Program Development and Virtual Chief Information Security Officer Services. This is a question I had regarding the security interface between the rebuilding of some of our systems and security. I just want to make sure that there's alignment going forward, so we reduce whatever windows of opportunity we have for nefarious characters.
Thank you for that. And yes, there is alignment between this item and what we're doing as part of a rebuild.
Thank you. And a related question, what is the extent of the rebuild? Is it going to be a complete rebuild, a partial rebuild for a lot of this? Is it going to be rebuilt over time depending upon?
Well, it most certainly will be a complete rebuild. And we look forward to getting back to you with an update on that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Cotton.
So this is done without a bid, and my concern, I'm looking at two in the same, under U, number U, and number, well, on this, it says, on my sheet, it says CT with a DD. On here, well over $600,000 to this group, and I'm wondering, first of all, since the breach, we have not been updated as a board on what any of these are doing, and why is it costing as much as last year and it's costing this year? In other words, weren't systems built? Didn't they do things? Should we be paying the same amount of money? What's going on with Great Castle that we're not bidding this out at this point? We have local people who provide services as well. And why the costs aren't going down in regards to this?
Well, thank you for that. And so there's a couple of questions that you had there. One, why a suggestion to continue with Great Castle for this year? That was a procurement, I believe in the notes there it mentioned that was a procurement recommendation and then looking at a full competitive bid for the following year.
Okay, so, all right.
For the first part. And then secondly, as to the price, a lot has been accomplished. When we talk about program development, it's building off of that success. And then the other part, for the other board item, that managed SOC, that's additional, that's ongoing services as opposed to just rebuilding something. And in fact, enhancing beyond that.
Okay, so how are they working with Innovate? How is their relationship and how they work with Innovate?
Innovate is contracted in for what they call program management. There's a lot of different vendors we have in working with IT at the moment. So they're helping keep that snapshot of what everyone is working on at every given moment to see for alignment. So Innovate would be, assisting in tracking. Here's deliverables that Great Castle has, ENA, other vendors. Is it in alignment? Are we working together towards a common purpose instead of siloing?
So they are having meetings on a regular basis with Innovate?
Yeah, there's ongoing meetings. BPS has a presence there, as does ENA. Because again, we don't want things happening in isolation necessarily.
Okay, so when decisions are being made, Innovate is part of that decision. And now, in OAIS, I see you have them in here, thank God, we have somebody that's local. Finally, hallelujah, that the money is staying in Western New York, someone who are comfortable with trusting. So will there be communication amongst all these people to make sure that no one is working in their own silo, is what my concern is?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cotton. Next, under 19, ARP plan, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, Educational and Business Affairs. Under FF, say yes to education, scholar internships. I have a comment from Mr. Hurd.
Yes, once again, I'm very elated about our children having an opportunity for scholarships. It's money to be used for education. And as I read through it, it said it will be served and processing for the service to say yes for youth stipends associated with the Buffalo Public School Initiative. And this goes towards college and career exposures, internships, work experiences. I would just like to make sure that we receive a report on how this program works, and it looks like it's going to be approximately 100 stipends that's going to go to our scholar here at the public schools. So I'd just like to know how the program fared at the end of the year, and just to see how we can identify and possibly apply for more grants, in this fashion. Thank you.
I see a nod in the affirmative from Dr. Williams. I don't see any more questions on my agenda. Did I miss anybody? It was a pretty robust agenda with many items. Just to remind everybody, there is a resolution. We'll do a resolution after the consent agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Anybody?
Roll call.
Are we going to add
Second by Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer.
Roll call vote.
Yes, thank you very much.
How do you vote on the consent agenda, Ms. Belton-Cotman?
I'm doing an exception, number 9D. Thank you.
Dr. Evans-Brown? Exception 9D, just to be clear. Mr. Hurd?
No exceptions.
Ms. J? Ms. McCosey? Dr. Rivera?
No exception.
Mr. Scott?
Recuse for 19P, based on recuse for 19P, affiliated with an employee of the company, and then no exceptions.
Ms. Woods?
Exception 9D.
And Board President Petrucci?
No exceptions.
Thank you. Consent agenda passes.
This is off.
Nate, as a point of clarity here, our printed agenda says board, no items for board member resolution are on the electronic version. We have one.
Yeah, I did board docs.
So as is board policy, or at least practice, Mr. Hurd, this is your resolution. I'm going to defer to you, read it loud, and make your argument for it. And then well, first of all, we should have a motion as to, do I have a motion to put this resolution on the table? Mr. Hurd, now do you want to put your motion on the table? Thank you. Do I hear a second? Second from Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown. Mr. Hurd, please read your resolution and state why it's so important to you.
Okay, I'll begin by reading the resolution. It states that Buffalo Public Schools resolution to free Brittany Griner, sponsored by Board Member Large Chance. It says, whereas on February 17, 2022, Brittany Griner, a WNBA superstar center from Phoenix Mercury and two-time Olympic gold medalist, was detained and taken into custody by customs agents at the Moscow Shrevny Taivo Airport. And whereas Russian customs agent alleged that Mrs. Griner was found to have a vape cartridge containing hashish oil in her luggage. And whereas Mrs. Griner has been detained by Russian authorities for more than 100 days. And whereas the United States government and international news media outlets assert that Mrs. Griner has been wrongfully accused and imprisoned by the judicial system in Russia. And whereas international media sources have claimed that Mrs. Griner and has been incarcerated under deplorable conditions and is suffering from malnutrition. And whereas Mrs. Griner, a 2013 graduate of Baylor University and an African-American female, has served as a youth mentor to thousands of adolescent girls in the United States. And whereas, per discussions from various youth groups organizations, student voices agree that the Buffalo Public Schools and local government should fight for the release of Mrs. Griner so that she would be united with her family and friends and colleagues. And whereas, that Mrs. Griner's family has issued emotional pleas to President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, and the United States government at large to please do whatever is necessary to bring our sister home safely and quickly. And whereas, if convicted of this crime, Mrs. Griner faces a lengthy prison term of up to 10 years. And whereas, it also been asserted that Mrs. Griner would not be afforded a fair and equitable due process of the law while being tried in Moscow, Russia. And therefore, this resolution has been constructed and approved by the majority vote of the Buffalo Public School Board, requesting that the United States government, President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, to utilize all appropriate resources to negotiate the immediate release and return of Mrs. Griner. Now, the reason why I wrote this resolution was because working as an officer and also working in the prison system, it was something that we had was called silent approval, and that's what we worked against. Silent approval is when you see something that's wrong, something that's happening, and you turn your head to it and act like you don't see it, you don't recognize what's going on, but you know that it exists, and that's unlawful. And one of the things I contribute to my time is that I'm going to break that barrier, that bond of having silent approval, and start speaking out on things that's right and for justice. And this right here, many outlets said that she didn't have a vape pen. They looked at the tapes, they looked at the recordings that was sent over, and they couldn't tell whether it was an item or not. But today, Russia extended her term in which she's being detained on. And the problem is, one of the problems that exists here is that WNBA players, they go play overseas because they make as much as 5 times more playing overseas than they do here in the United States. And Mrs. Gardner, she funds her own youth organization and programs to help young ladies understand basketball and self-wellness. She's a mental health counselor along with young people. She's a scholar, graduate of Baylor College. And in this time that she's been incarcerated, she wasn't allowed to make a single phone call, and that's been in 4 months. And for allegedly having a vape pen. Now, people are suffering, the children are related, and you can watch NBA games tomorrow, you'll see signs that say free Britney, or we are BG. And I think that this by taking the stands and to submit this resolution to President Joe Biden and Vice President Harris, I think that we're taking a stand here in Buffalo, some other things that we see that's inequitable, and trying to bring justice to a world that need people like us. So that's the reason why I present this resolution, and I hope that we can get a majority vote of the board to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Do I hear any questions, comments? Please raise your hand. I'll recognize you. Yes.
Was there any, did you discuss this with any students, any of our young ladies or anything around? Did you I just want to know, did you get support from, who I think would be the young ladies who want to become basketball players, you know what I mean? I understand what you're going, I actually have received calls about this, to be completely honest, because she is a role model.
And I also recognize the fact that there is inequities in how, very similar to sports like softball, once you get to a certain age, there is no professional, there is no matter how good you are, there's no next step. So going overseas is the only way some of these girls make money. I completely agree with a lot of the sentiment. But I was, just wanted to see like where your support was in order to do this. Who did you talk to? What made you, I know what made you do it, but did you, for the sake of the Buffalo Public Schools supporting this, and to support who was backing you as well?
Yes, thank you, Board Member McCosey. Yes, I did speak with NAACP, the youth groups here that we spoke with. I didn't speak with any youth groups here from the Buffalo Public Schools, but it's been a very busy month. And as meeting with them, one of the terms that came up was like, why are one of our heroes incarcerated? And what are we doing about it? And just hearing the same reports from the youth that, a lot of our young ladies look up to, and young men. Just saying this here is a superstar, but the conversation with that, it didn't have to be a superstar. This right here is a plain adjustment, and even if, I don't know if she's guilty or not, I wasn't here, I can't say, but for the crime of having a vape pen, and for the way she's being held, it's really, it could be considered criminal. And from the news reports that people have been released from the prison saying that she's malnutrition, and it's far-fetched. And I believe that the group that I spoke to, if we don't do something or start talking, and this new generation is strong. They're very strong in their voice. They're very strong, opinionated, and they feel that, as us as being adults, we dropped the ball. And this is a conversation that we had, that we dropped the ball, that life should be better for them right now because the work that we should have done. So this is part of that whole conundrum that we're working together to try to bring justice and fight for social justice. Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. McCosey? Yes, come around the table, Ms. Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, the floor is yours.
So, Terrence, so the resolution makes sense. I've heard of the situation. I guess my question is, what is the expectation of us moving this resolution? What is the plan? What outcomes are you expecting from it? I'm not sure.
Okay, the plan would be to submit this resolution to the White House so that it could come under the attention of the President and Vice President. And also, the plan would be for Mr. Guyman to be returned back to the United States and receive health care for her malnutrition that was claimed to happen. She hasn't spoken to any family members in 4 months, and she wasn't allowed to speak to anyone else but representation. They're at the facility that she's being held at. And the expectation is that there's a couple of things. Injustice against Black women or women alone for pay differences for doing the same job that men does. And also, we look at for a woman who works for the WNBA and not receive enough funds and money, to sustain her family, had to go overseas to earn extra income. There's so many different elements here that we can discuss, and I can discuss all night long about it. But the object is to bring her home safely and to take the next steps towards justice here in the United States also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Cotton.
So I appreciate the fact that you want to advocate for this lady. Certainly I said a prayer or two for her. Because I understand that this is bigger than Buffalo Public Schools. Because certainly we have issues in Buffalo Public Schools that we can do some resolutions for and moving forward. My concern is that there's a chain of command. There's a order in the universe. So Buffalo Public Schools, one out of I think 700 and something school districts in New York State, is putting together something to send to the White House. Meanwhile, we have a congressman and a senator who are in Washington who are there to do our bidding at that level. And I'm just wondering, what are we doing getting in the international flow of things at this level? I wonder, how is this going to be beneficial for real? Buffalo Public Schools sends a letter to the President of the United States, and then what? Higgins sends a letter to the President of the United States. It's a different scenario. Senator Kennedy sending a letter or whatever. But I just, from my perspective, I just don't see where this is under our purview. That's where I'm coming from. And I don't mean any disrespect with it, but we got a lot of things to advocate for in Buffalo that's going really wrong. Like, how about a resolution for not having housing for people? Okay, we don't have enough housing for affordable housing for people. How about some stuff that directly impacts our children? So I just feel that we're stepping out of our lane. That's how I feel. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I'll answer that.
Okay.
Well, Mrs. Duncan, I'm sorry that you feel that way, but this is an individual that our children look up to, our sports athlete here in the Buffalo Public Schools. And I believe 2 of them was on the line with NAACP when we had our call, a Zoom call, when we talked about this. This is one of the subjects that came up. And it's very impressive to me that adults don't show leadership to the children when incidents like this happen. And these are the same children that in the future are going to be leading us. So we can set some new precedents, and I don't think this is actually going beyond our stature. But this right here is just showing that we, as a district, support and believe in justice. And this here is an African American girl that needs support, and that's our job. That's what we're doing. We're helping one another. This country, especially right now in Buffalo, we're helping one another, no matter what culture you are. It don't matter what stage you come from. Right now it's time to work together and build a prosperous future. So that's why I felt that this was very important. And I don't think we're overstepping our bounds, because we are elected officials, and it's our job to stand up for what's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harry.
Can I respond to that?
Sure, Ms.
I'm elected to represent the parents and the children of this district for the schools, the education, public education. Senator Kennedy and Congressman Higgins, they have separate roles than what I have. The Common Council has a bigger role than I have. Certainly they do, because they're making more money than me. Okay, so certainly their purview is bigger than ours. Okay, so this is the point. It's not about not setting an example. The point is, is this going to be effective or what? Because really, I hope. I mean, this is politics. This is bigger than this school district. This is an international crisis. Okay, and it's not, and we have a lot of things in Buffalo that we can take on, and we have not addressed them, that impact the lives of our children on a daily basis. So I'm sorry that you and I agree that this should not have happened. But what I'm concerned about when a resolution comes before this board is that it's something that we can act on and we can move forward and make a difference. Okay, without the elected officials who are elected to govern us, such as the senators and the congressmen, we are out of our ballywig, okay? We're just not where we're supposed to be. So I don't know what you think, Mr. President, but I respect that Mr. Hurd did this. My concern is that how does a little old school board out of 700, I think, in 72 school districts in New York State gonna make an impact? That's all.
Just one statement that I think that our job as school board members are just as important, or even more important, than other elected officials in their positions. We deal with children, we deal with the lives of children, we deal with their education, and we deal with the new America, the new Buffalo. So I would never take my role or my presence as a school board member to help nobody else believe that there's no other role that's more important than what they do, because we are bringing in lives, we help in lives, we help them develop education. and nurturing children and our community. This school board does more than just work with the school district. We work with our community. These are all our communities, all our districts, and that we love each and every one of these children, these families, and that's represented, and this right here does fall into our purview. Thank you.
I'm wondering, President Bertucci, if this is an opportunity for the young people in the sports arena to take on an opportunity for their leadership. I can envision the young people who are really concerned about it. I mean, certainly we want to provide leadership for them, but I think this is an opportunity for them to really take the lead and, you know, write letters, do some campaigning, whatever, because it certainly sounds like that was the, you know, the impetus or the culmination of this resolution. Just my thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown.
And you are going to
Terrence,
tell the president who's already
this,
did it.
and
You're not
I
going
will
to tell
say
the
that,
president who's already
you
done
know,
this. Okay.
I feel for Ms. Greiner. As someone who's been to Russia, as someone that follows international affairs pretty closely, but I will agree with President Kottman, or former President Kottman, that this is really kind of, you know, what does this, I understand the social justice aspect, but I feel it's really beyond our wheelhouse. You know, there are so many things with respect to social justice that I would love to see done that sometimes I think we've missed the opportunities, you know. Tamir Rice Safe Spaces resolution, Khalif Browder incarceration reform, like all kinds of things that have happened. Or maybe even something for the Buffalo 10. I mean, we've had some discussions about how we're going to memorialize them as a district going forward. I just, you know, all due respect to Ms. Greiner, and I feel this, I feel for her. She's in a terrible situation. They're, you know, they are detaining her far too long and most likely illegally. I get it, but I'm just not feeling that really is the social justice for us as a district, not this level. And that's again, my humble opinion. Any other comments or anything else? Sure.
I feel like I would be remiss not to mention, in my organizing experience, the real power comes from those, and that's why I asked whether or not any of the youth or the young ladies, and I share your sentiment, any of our youth who come together, and we as leaders respect that, and maybe they come and we encourage them to speak in front of the senator, or speak and present letters to the congressman along those lines, because I do see, and again, just in my experience, there's an escalation process that needs to happen for us to get recognized, and like going directly to the White House from here, in like organizing 101, it is deemed kind of ineffective. It's like after what level did we as Buffalo take on this campaign, so to speak, which is what it is. And you know, we do it here. When a student comes to the microphone, everyone is going to listen to what they say, and you get enough students who really resonate with this, because I did get this concern from two parents and one caregiver who said that this is a role model, and this is because there's nowhere for, you know, our girls to go after, you know, even in the WNBA, they're paid 5 times less than anybody else, with the same accolades, same years in, same accreditations. So I do believe there's a campaign here, but to shoot straight up to like going to the White House with a resolution, as opposed to not taking these other steps first, and supporting I believe would be hundreds of KIPP students if you really take this on, and having them go to their, you know, to the senators and the folks we have relations with, It also, to be completely honest, it takes a good old boy at politics of Buffalo, New York. It puts the district in a position to talk to council and talk to you know, our senators and our congressmen, not just in pockets, but with the students that we represent and having them lead the conversation. I feel like that's very powerful campaigning. So I'm just encouraging, you know, bringing the students in on all levels and maybe, you know, figuring that out with the superintendent, how you go about having those conversations and really engage. Especially considering we have so many students that are really starting to like work with us and trust us.
I always say the president has already moved on it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Mr. Scott.
Yeah, I just want to share something in regards to the president and the White House acting on this. It's been publicly stated or made known that the president has acted on this, and I just found a quote from a teammate of Brittany Griner. It says, "It's something that we have all talked about intimately as a group, and now knowing that the State Department at the highest level, from U.S. President Joe Biden to the team that is working on bringing back all Americans who are wrongfully detained, gives us a lot of confidence that they're working on it." So it seems as if, from reading this report here, that our ask is actually being acted on by the President of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Any other comments? Sure, Mr. Hurd.
I was just because you called me a coward. Well, I believe that, like I said earlier, about silent approval and seeing things that's wrong and not speaking about it or acting upon it is a huge injustice to yourself and others. So when we got children looking up to a woman as such, and we have a community or leadership that lack vision, I think that that shows the precedence of leadership that's here. And if, you know, I don't know anybody's way you're going to vote or whatever, how it goes, but I will continue on in the future representing things that I know that's not correct and things that we can change, and I will continue being the person I am. Thank you.
So, Mr. Hurd, let me offer a suggestion, if you may, and you can tell me to pound salt if you like. Have you thought about tabling this presently and working on a lobbying type of effort that would engage students and teach them about the process and teach them how they engage local elected officials? You know, something in the short term that we could get done that would kind of make this an educational type of.
Yes, we are engaged with the NAACP, speaking about the voices. We are engaged with this. And engaging anywhere else, you know, bringing it to the board, you know, it's a responsibility, and also showing accountability about our position in the community and helping others. I think that this right here should, you know, be truthfully thought about. As far as tabling it, no, I'm not willing to table it at all because time is of the essence. This woman's being incarcerated really, according to our standards in the United States, unlawfully. And there's no time frame. Would somebody to serve 10 years on something so frivolous that they've been accused of? What will happen? What happened to, you know, one of their relatives or one of you guys' daughters or something like that? You know, it happens to you guys, and you'll see the stance that any other individual will take after that.
Thank you for your points, Mr. Hurd.
Can we please go
seeing or hearing no other questions, can we have a
That's why I was trying to get your attention. Before we even take a vote, we need a second.
we did from Kathy Evans Brown.
You did second it?
For him to read the resolution, yes.
Well, you put okay, so the resolution's been on the table. Thank you, and I apologize. So you want a roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, how do you vote on the Bree Griner resolution? Spelled out.
I abstain. There's more work that needs to be done on this.
Dr. Evans Brown?
I like the idea. I just think more work needs to be done as well. I mean, I don't see where it's going to go at this point.
So you gotta vote.
Yes.
Yes, no, abstain.
Abstain.
Mr. Hurd?
Yes, I vote for the resolution.
Ms. Gray?
I listened to everyone else talk. I really didn't offer my opinion. I think this entire board supports Brittany Griner being released from prison. I agree with Ms. Cotman that it is out of our lane, and so I'm going to vote no to the resolution.
Ms. Makosi?
Since it was stated that there will be no tabling this in order to discuss actually bringing student voice, then there's no ask to table it, so I vote no.
Dr. Rivera.
No, but with the recommendation that it's be brought back to students and then resurrected if it's the will of our student body, because I'm like Connor, what Mr. Hurt is saying about that piece of it.
Thank you. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Woods?
Abstain.
Board President Petrucci?
No, but I agree with Ann and her recommendations. That.
Okay. Resolution fails at this time. Thank you.
We still have 2 items. At this point, I'd like a motion to buy a table for the Buffalo NAACP 54th Annual Edgar Edwards Award Dinner. The cost of the table will be $750 for a table of 10. It's going to occur on Saturday, June 25th. Do I hear a motion by table?
Motion.
So
moved.
So moved by Mr. Scott, second by Ms. Makosi. All those in favor?
This is the scholarship then.
June 25th, 5 p.m. reception, 6 p.m. dinner.
No, it's the dinner, $7.50 a table.
So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And there's any vote tonight, any abstentions? Hearing none, it passes. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to ask you all to rise for some bereavements. So if you could have a moment of silence for our bereavements for this June 15th, 2022. May 14th, Pearl Young, mother-in-law of Candace Young, assistant principal at Highgate Heights Elementary School. May 14th, Catherine Massey, affectionately known as Kat, cousin of Dr. Sharon Brown, assistant superintendent of student support services. May 14th, Aaron Salter Jr., father of Letitia Slaughter, school clerk at BPS 61, husband of Kimberly Salter, retired school clerk. May 18th, Cynthia Devlin, mother of Kathleen Ciolino, college and career readiness coordinator. May 20th, Walter R. Watkins Sr., father of Christine Cunningham, staff development mentor teacher, number 309A, and grandfather of Tasha Shepard, an instructional coach at MST, number 196 and 39. May 21st, Catherine Hinckley, mother of Deborah Hinckley Sugg, a bilingual school psychologist with the Special Education Department. May 24th, William Dunnigan Jr., husband of Sharon Shammy Perry Dunnigan, pre-K teacher at International School number 45. May 27th, Beverly Ann Whitehead, sister of Mark Smith, teacher assistant at School 156. Sao Mong Mong, husband of Kelly Cooper, a teacher at number 207, and brother-in-law of Deborah Bertelsman, a teacher at 156. And June 14th, Crystal Bowling Barton, long-standing principal at McKinley High School and president of BCSA, husband of Robert Barton, a retired principal at Seneca BVTC. May we have a moment of silence. Thank you all. We have one last item, and then we'll conclude for the evening. We need one more motion to authorize the district to settle pending federal litigation, civil action number 22-CV 00054 in the amount not to exceed $45,000. It is understood that this settlement is subject to the completion of a written settlement agreement that is approved by the court. Do I hear a motion?
So moved by Paulette Woods, second by Sharon Button-Cockman. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Last but not least, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Oh, yeah.